good characters in the story as well. All right, so let's go to chapter 1. So this is the Natural Speaker, the 9th edition. And we're going to talk about chapter 1, which is communicating with others, your most important skill. So the first thing I want to talk about here is that it's a skill. What does this mean? Can anybody tell me? What does it mean to if something is a skill, right? Or, even think of it this way. Give me an example of some skills, right? Like typing. Yeah, okay. So yeah, but what it's more important that, okay, those are good examples. But what is it though? A skill is really something equals something we can learn, right? Something that you can learn. I can learn to play guitar. I can learn to cook tamales or make them. I can learn to sew something. I can learn to ride a bike. I can learn to write in multiple languages or in Sanskrit or in cartography, cryptology, sorry, like the Zodiac killer, right? Wrote all these messages to the police in the secret languages that you had to break the code. So yeah, you can learn to drive a car, a stick shift, for example. Actually, I was talking about my son when he grows up. He actually wants to learn how to, because we've been to Europe a couple times, and he noticed all the cars there are stick shifts, and so he's always been curious about that. So I'm like, yeah, I'll teach you as soon as you get your driver's license. So he's only 11 though. Anyhow, but he's driven like motorcycles and boats and some like little ATVs and things you can drive as young kids that are not cars yet. So all right. So yeah, so communication is something we can learn. Communication can be learned. So if you study it, practice it, you're going to learn it. So it's really, really, really good. It's not like math, right? I mean, math is like requires a lot of concentration, memorization. This is something that we do it all the time. So it's so readily applicable. All right. So it's a skill. So that's the idea here. So don't worry if you're not good at communication, you're not good at public speaking. Because BC means because you can learn all of this. It just means you haven't practiced and gotten much experience from of doing this yet. That's all it means. If you're not good at it, that's what it means. It doesn't mean that you're introverted or shy, and this is permanent. All right. Okay. So learning objectives from chapter 1. We want to define communication. 1.2. Then we want to define all the components of communication. We'll talk about like a model of communication. Number 3, 1.3. We'll explain the principles of communication. Principles are like guidelines. They're not rules. So they're like 90% true, not 100% true. We'll talk about 1.4, attitude versus aptitude. 1.5, list the communication skills for your life. And then finally 1.6, to wrap up the chapter, we'll look at the role of public speaking in a democracy. And by the way, what happened in Georgia last night? Does anybody follow the news? Or you're progressive, you're into politics? Something very important happened in politics in Georgia yesterday. So it's being sorted out this morning. But does anybody know what I'm talking about? It was in the state of Georgia, and they had an election for their 2 senators. Right, every state gets 2 senators, so there's 100 of them because there's 50 states, and they elected looks like 2 Democrats, which now makes the Senate under Democratic majority. And the reason that is even though it's 50 to 50 Democrat Republican, but the vice president is going to be Kamala Harris, who's a Democrat. She votes, or the vice president votes to break the tie if there's a 50-50 tie. So that's why it effectively is a Democratic majority, even though it's 50 to 50. So the vice president always breaks the tie. So whatever party they are aligns with that side. So yeah, there you go. And so that means we're going to have a president, Joe Biden, who's a Democrat. The House of Representatives is Democratic majority. Now the Senate will also have a Democratic majority. So you could see for them to try and do some policy changes in this law, right? Like a universal health care maybe, or it could be raising the federal minimum wage. So although they're going to have to negotiate with the Republicans, but that's what's going on right now. And so that you can talk about this for current events. If you're like, what is he talking about? Right? It's all over the news. You should check it out. It's going to affect your life in a lot of different ways over the next 4 years because this happened in Georgia. Georgia used to always vote Republican pretty much, but it's slowly changed, right? Atlanta is full of Democratic leaning voters now in Georgia. So it's really, remember, it's in the deep, deep South. I used to live there. It's the Peach State. It's a really, really great state, by the way. I highly recommend it. all students who graduate from Georgia high schools get a guaranteed slot at a state university in Georgia. And then there's a scholarship called the Peach Scholarship, which is where if you grew up in Georgia, then school's free in the state of Georgia. If you go to a public college, state college in the state of Georgia, it's pretty awesome, right? Like, so it's all the tuition is gone. All right. So now let's talk about, make sure I'm on the right slide. Okay, so what is communication? So let's define it. So that's 1.1. So communication is the process of sending and receiving messages. So we, most importantly, we want to understand that a process is like many steps, maybe even like a trillion, right? Like, I'll give you a good example. Think about your growing up, your maturation process. You're your child, a baby, a toddler, a child, and then an adult. Young adult, then, like an adult, and then like a senior citizen. And during that process, right, there's many steps that shape who you become and how you become more mature and more responsible, right? That you can't, like, for example, if you're 30 years old living with mom and you're watching TV every day and you're unemployed, you're gonna kind of see like, wow, like, my process seems a little stagnant here, right? So you want to get that process going because there are many steps. So, and in this process of communication, we send and receive messages. So you're listening to me now over the computer and the internet, and that we're involved in this process of I send a verbal message, you're listening to it, you're also look at me speak, I gesture, I have facial expressions, I'm using my tone of voice, and that is all about sending and receiving messages. And it just goes back and forth, right? And you ask questions in the chat, and then I respond, and we just keep going back and back. And it's this kind of infinite loop, right? Where, like, if we, for example, think about your family members, like on a daily basis, maybe for 20 years of your life or more, every day you're just constantly in this process of sending them messages, you're receiving messages back from them, right? And then this loop goes on and on. And, or even the best way to look at it is, if you want to understand how it's a process of sending and receiving messages, look at your text message threads. Like, go to your phone and look at your text messages with somebody you text message with pretty regularly, right? So, example, I might look at a couple messages with some of my friends, right? Where, like, over the last 5 years, I can actually look at all these, the process of me sending a text and then them responding, or them sending me a text and then I respond. And then sometimes there's a pause for like 3 weeks. Then all of a sudden for one day, there's like 10 messages, right? And then there's maybe like over the next week, there's like 2. But then over the next day, there's like 4. And then over on the next 3 weeks, there's 0, right? But so it doesn't stop. It's just this continuing, ongoing process where we continue to just send and receive messages. Does everybody get that, right? How you can really literally look at your text message thread on your phone with somebody over the last year and just look and see how it's this process of sending, receiving messages back and forth, right? And then you can look at the timestamps and see how there's like these interesting delays. Sometimes the text messages are pretty immediate, and blah, blah, blah. All right. So the sender sends a message. Now let's talk about the communication model. That's 1.2. So the sender, S, look at the visual aid here, sends a message, right? Arrow to the receiver. And it goes via a channel, which is actually, there it is, which is all the senses, right? So channels are the 5 senses. So if I wave at you, what channel am I using? Somebody can type the answer in the chat. Hopefully you can see me waving at you. I just told you what I'm doing. What am I doing? If we don't want to talk about it, I'll just let you take the final exam. Yeah, I'm waving. So, well, no, I'm not. But what channel am I using? Remember, what are channels? The 5 senses. Yes, Margot, thank you, right? You have to see me waving at you to understand that I'm sending you this message, right? That means hello or goodbye, by the way. Okay, good. So what about this one? Let's say you can smell me through the internet. I took a shower this morning. I used strawberry shampoo, right? Strawberry shampoo. What channel am I communicating with there? If you could smell the strawberry fragrance from my computer. There you go, Joanna, right? Yeah, smell, because of the 5 senses which smell. All right, then what about I fist bump you? Can everybody give me a virtual fist bump? I can't really see y'all, right? But like bump the camera, fist bump away, or COVID elbow bump, right? So what would that be if we were face-to-face doing that? What channel of communication is that? It's touch, right? It's touch, not physical. Remember, think of the 5 senses: touch, sight, smell, right? And now this one is, I'm going to give you a bagel or a cupcake or a donut for breakfast, right? If 8:30 class, I actually would bring donuts often to feed my students, because like, if you're hungry, you actually don't think and listen very well, right? So, and it's a morning class. It's a good way to start the class, is what I found, is sometimes I do that, right? And so let's say I gave you some food to eat. What channel of communication are we using there then? Taste. Yeah, there you go. And the last one would be, there you go, Guadalupe. That's actually quite a funny, I like that one. That's a good joke. And so I appreciate all the interaction now. This is really, really good, right? You can see that I understand that you're understanding what I'm trying to communicate with all of you here. If you respond and let me know too, right? Because in class you like nod, or you can look confused, right? And that helps me. But on the internet, computer, it's a lot harder when I'm looking at the lecture. I'm sharing screen as well. So there you go. So the 5 channels are the 5 senses. So it's taste, touch, smell, hearing, sight, and sound. Okay, what's the most common channel of communication? The most common. Which one is most common? We used it the most. Yeah, good answer. I like those. Those are good. It is sight. It is sight. Yeah. I see you wearing all red or all blue. I see your facial expression, or your frown and your crossed arm gesture, right? I see what you wear. I see your hair color, your jewelry. I see your tattoos. I see the car that you drive. Does everybody see that? It's actually sight. Yeah. So a blind person, they can't just see things. Think about how much they actually have a really hard time communicating, because they can't see you, your face, what you wear, right? How tall you are, how short you are, like how you express yourself, right? They can't see that at all. So if you've never understood that, blind people, it's a lot worse than losing your hearing, actually, right? If I was going to communicate and lose a sense, I probably would rather keep my eyes and lose my hearing, right? As opposed to, because I could use as all the other senses. Taste is when you lose as you get older. I don't know if you know that, but all the food starts to taste the same because all your taste buds on your tongue kind of die over your lifespan as well. Anyhow, okay. Is everybody cool with channels now? Right. So every communication uses some channel. Sight, hearing, right? Eat this, taste, smell that, smell, and touch. And here's a little thing real quick. So then all the message goes to the receiver. And so messages first must be encoded. And then when they're received, they have to be decoded, right? When the receiver responds, it's called feedback. It has to first be encoded. And then when it's received again by the sender here, and that's the feedback has to be decoded, right? So does anybody understand what that means? Encode, decode, right? So like, think about it this way. What is a code? What is a code? Think about, okay, I send you a verbal message, hi. So I'm coding, I'm creating a code, right? The word HI together in English means hi. So what's the code? Does anybody get that? A code is a verbal language, right? Like alphabets, A through Z, or numbers 1 through infinity, or Morse code, right? Or has anybody ever had a secret code? I have this friend, she's a girl and she's still dating. And when she goes on a date with a boy she doesn't like, one of her friends usually hangs out close by, like, but that guy doesn't know that it's a friend. And then she comes and says, like, there's an emergency, we got to go. And then like gets her out of the date, right? So she has like this secret code that she looks at the girlfriend to come like, get me the hell out of here. Right. And does everybody get that? It's a code. It's just an expression. It's a word. It could be a sound, right? What is this code for? I can't whistle very well, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so I did it poorly, but what is that code for when I whistle at a girl, by the way? And that's rude, by the way, but I wouldn't do it. But yeah, there you all get that? So code is just a sound, an alphabet. It could be a gesture. I'm from the east side. No, I'm from the west side, right? There you go, right? So code just could be anything, verbal or nonverbal, right? We just have to, so here's the thing. Do people poorly encode communication sometimes? Yes, I'll give you a good example. I remember there was this 3-year-old boy. He would like hit my daughter, 3-year-old daughter in preschool, right? It was like, this is kind of bad. You don't want this happening. But does anybody understand what was that code for? What was the 3-year-old trying to really communicate to my daughter? Yeah, it's actually some weird 3-year-old version of flirting, but boys don't kind of know how to be smooth, so they just hit the girl. Yeah, right. Exactly. You're Nick. You're right on. It's true. It's right. It's a very poor form of coding, because when my daughter decodes getting hit, it's like, you're a jerk. All right. It's not like, hey, you're cool. Right. It's so, does everybody see that? And then do people decode communication incorrectly? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. Right. Think of all the times you've misunderstood something, right? Misinterpreted something. I could give you, gosh, so many examples, right? So what does it mean? Like, I remember, like, as a teenage boy, if a girl gives you a hug, right? You get a hug from a girl, you kind of have to learn that that doesn't mean equals, or does not equal, I love you. Does that make sense, right? You're just like, because you're like, oh my gosh, she must really like me if she gave me a hug. And then you kind of realize, I think later on, no, it's just a kind of a way to be warm in your greeting and departure. It's like better than a wave, right? Or something like that. Does that make sense? And that and you may have to figure out, like, what does it mean if your girlfriend or your boyfriend doesn't text you back, right? If you're like, what does that, decode that? What does that mean? They didn't text me back. They don't care. They don't have their phone. They're just kind of distracted, or like they're trying to think of how to respond. Yeah, Nick, that's a good answer. They're playing video games, actually. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? But you don't actually know. So you got to like, so communications, you have to encode it, send the message or the feedback to the person. They have to decode it, right? And so does everybody see what's the point of this? If you're good at communication, if good at public speaking, then you want to like encode carefully and clearly. Does that make sense? I'll give you an example. My wife, we're driving somewhere yesterday to go skiing. So it's like 45-minute drive to Kirkwood. And she's like super talkative. I'm driving. I was kind of tired. And she's like, blah, 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 blah. What about this? How was work? Blah, 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 blah. And I actually just told her, like, like pretty clearly, I was like, can we not talk about my work? Yesterday sucked. I don't want to think about it. Like, we're going skiing. I want to think about something positive, right? Like, it just, like, that was history. I'm done with it forever, actually. That was actually Monday. So I did not have a good day Monday. All my Zoom meetings got they were like overlapping, and just everything got stressful. So there you go. Does everybody see what I'm talking about? You just, and so I was trying to be very clear to her, like, just please, like, zero communication about this topic now, no more. And she gets it, right? Does everybody see that? It might sound a little bit mean or rude, but I'm trying to be very clear. Like, I really, really don't want to talk about this. Like, zero, not even just a little bit. So, okay. And by the way, I've learned that lesson because people have told me not to talk about something, and then I'll bring it up later, and then they're pissed. And I was like, oh, they really, really, really didn't like that. So does that make sense? Okay. Then all communication occurs within an environment, right? So we want to put a big box around the communication model. And everything, because the environment is the surrounding. So everything happens inside the environment, right? Now, does the environment matter where you're speaking? Like, can I talk shit about my boss if I'm in my bedroom? Yeah. But should I talk shit about my boss at work? No. Does everybody see that? So, like, where you are affects how you communicate. We're at church. How am I going to dress? I dress up. And I'm pretty, like, quiet, right? Because like the preacher speaks and people play music and stuff, and I just, yeah, it's very formal, and I don't really do a lot of talking. I do say like amen or hallelujah. Sometimes I have to go up there and pray for everybody because people know I teach public speaking, and I've been asked to like do the group prayers a lot and stuff. So it's like, okay, cool. I'm actually very cool with that, because my parents made me do it as a little kid as well. So I've had actually a lot of my first public speaking experience was through church, by having to like read the Bible out loud in front of a group of people, or in front of a lot of people and stuff. We're doing like the Christmas play and stuff like that. All right, anyhow. So, and then what happens if we're in a nightclub? Like what in that environment, let's say it's actually lit environment, right? So did I say that right? Hopefully. So how do we communicate in that one? It's dark, so it's hard to see each other. Yeah, it's loud. So I like have to yell at people, huh? I yell at their ear. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Right? You like totally yell at people, right? Because the night cloud is loud and there's lots of things going on, lots of things to see and smell and even touch. And if you're drinking or eating, to taste. And so there you go. So you see how, like, if you're in a library, then everybody's quiet and we whisper and we just text message or send notes. And so does everybody see that, right? It's like, so whatever environment you're in also affects how you start communicating. And then finally, there's a receiver. So messages go to the receiver responds with feedback, right? And both have to be encoded and then decoded. And then there's something called noise. So you see the little blue line, and it says that it happens basically as the sender sends the message, and then as it's received, and then it happens again as the receiver tries to respond with some feedback and it goes back to the sender. And so noise is just any kind of communication breakdown. It could be like background noise, right? There's an airplane flying overhead. It could be loud dogs barking. It could be people playing loud music. It could be you being mentally depressed. Like depressed people are kind of mentally stressed out and they don't really listen very well. It could be that you're also very, very tired. Because you've had a long day at school and work, and if you're tired, you can't listen. You're going to learn that later on chapter 6. So noise interferes with the process and everywhere, right? And there are two types of noise, external and internal. So external noise is like the dogs barking, garbage trucks, planes flying, police sirens or emergency vehicle sirens, right? People talking in the background. And then literally if it's inside your body noise, distractions, right? Communication breakdowns. Can anybody give me examples of those? Internal noise. I'll ask you on the final exam for an example of internal noise. Okay, yeah, stomach ache. I like that one, right? Depressed, preoccupied, like stressed out a lot too. No, right? Just any kind of things that where you're like, makes you not listen, right? Think about what goes on inside you, like hunger, right? That is so distracting, you don't listen. Yeah, headache. Yeah, that one's, yeah. Stress sometimes, yeah, anxiety. Does everybody see that now? So it's literally like noise coming from inside your body or from your mind, then we call that internal noise, right? And then if it's external noise, it's all the things happening outside your body that are loud or distracting, right? So can you control external noise? External noise. I mean, can I go somewhere private and quiet? And yeah, does everybody see that? Yeah. Now, here's the thing: when you're talking to somebody, boyfriend or girlfriend, can you control the internal noise though? This one's a lot tougher. Does everybody see that one? That one's a lot tougher. If you're hungry, you're like, give them Snickers bar so they're not hangry anymore. If they're tired, say like, take a nap, and then we'll talk about this later, right? Or let's sleep on this. Does everybody see what I'm talking about? That so that one's a little bit tougher, but sometimes you can try and like, just make sure people are focused and you have their attention, right? And that's pretty much what. And if they can't do that, then you just say maybe we should do this a different time, right? But you don't want to just keep putting things off. All right, so. And then all messages can be verbal or nonverbal, and feedback can also be verbal or nonverbal, right? So I'm going to say V/NV for that. Just, all communication is verbal or nonverbal. Sometimes I might or sometimes I'll say hi, right? So there's just, sometimes we do both hi, but sometimes we just do the nonverbal, and sometimes we just do the verbal hi, but sometimes we do both hi, right? And then sometimes we do nothing, which is, by the way, also nonverbal, right? I'm like ignoring you. So there you go. So think about how you want to sort of be able to draw your own model of communication, right? Where the sender sends a message to the receiver. And we have encoding, decoding channels, noise, internal and external, the environment. And then you'll have everything you need. All right. The idea is too, is if you can make a two-dimensional model of communication, it pretty much shows that if your model makes sense, right, as a diagram, a picture, two-dimensional picture, it shows that you really understand how communication happens and how well it will happen for the rest of your life, right? Because this will never change. This is just how the way we communicate with people, right? There's this encoded messages, they're sent, they have to go over a channel, they have to be received and then decoded, and there's a response called feedback, and that first has to be encoded, then goes back over a channel to the sender, they have to receive that and then decode it, and then the loop happens, right? And then it could pause for like a day or a year or even like 10 years, even a lifetime, right? So anybody's old enough where you've seen somebody and had a gap of like 5 or 6 years between that, right? Or I think the one that's more common if you're a college student is when you finish high school, some of your classmates go away to CSU, UC, or whatever college they're going to, and at Christmas break you might see them, right? So it's been 3 or 4 months, and you can kind of see how, like, does anybody have a friend that you haven't seen for 3 or 4 months, and then but when you see them, it's like you can just talk like it hasn't been 3 or 4 months, right? It's pretty interesting. And other times it can be kind of a struggle to talk about people, right? But that's how you see that it's just a process, right? It just like literally can pause even for 3 months. But as soon as you hit unpause and play again, it's like boom, right? Doesn't matter that there was a 3-month gap at all. So, and by the way, I would tell you one thing you're going to learn in this class is let's keep in touch with people, right? Think about what that means, keep in touch, because you're not actually touching, right? The channel of touch, you're not shaking hands, right? But it just means to keep people, call them, send them a Christmas card, text messages occasionally, interact with them a little bit on social media. I think that's really, really important to do with all the people that you love. And think about that as a conscientious thing about who you are and want to be. And I think that you're going to like that. I think that you're going to like that. I think life is richer if you do that, right? That's one of the positive social media, because there's a lot of bad things about social media, having done some research about it. So how it's so addictive. And so, okay. All right. The next slide, 1.2. Let's talk about the components again. So the sender originates and encodes a message and then receives feedback, which needs to be decoded, right? We talked about it. The message is verbal or non-verbal. It can be a wink, right? Words, ideas, and thoughts. I'm going to wink at you now. All right. Can anybody decode that? Can you decode the wink I just sent you? What does that mean? Is it creepy? Hope not. Oh, maybe. Yeah, Brian, I'd hit on guys too, by the way. I'm totally gender neutral about that. I'm joking. Yeah, that's a good one too. Trust me. Yeah, yeah, totally, right? I mean, it can actually mean trust me, because I like people, sometimes you're at a surprise party and someone shows up and you're like, don't ruin this. You can't just say, sure, you're like, oh, welcome to the meeting. Right. So hopefully only they can see you winking at them. It's like, play along. So yeah. So we got words. Words aren't always that easy to understand either, huh? Like I'll ask my daughter, what have you been doing? She's like, I was chilling. I'm like, what does that mean? Like seriously, that's I'm like, that's worthless. Like, who were you with? Where were you? Show me your phone, right? That kind of stuff. Because just saying the word like chilling, I was chilling. I'm like, no. Like I always picture you're sitting in your refrigerator, like chattering your teeth. So ideas. Is anybody here actually able to communicate messages just like a thought with a person or a close friend? Or if you have a twin brother or sister, it's really easy, apparently. They can finish each other's sentences. I know these triplets, and they'll literally sit together and say, I want ice cream. And you're like, what the fuck was that? Like, it's so weird, right? Like, and they all look at each other like, wow, yeah, we all want ice cream at the same time. And they can Yeah, it's really, it just shows that you have a close bond. So yeah, there you go, right? Just the idea that you can almost like have the same thought and boom, connect with people. All right. The environment, remember, that's the surroundings, public, private, indoors, outdoors, nighttime, daytime. Because remember, at nighttime, you can't see anything. So the channel of sight goes away, which is your most common channel of communication. So there you go. Now, remember, the channel are the five senses, right? And we know the most common channel, again, is sight. Then it's probably hearing second, right? Does everybody see that? And then, I don't know, taste, touch, smell is an interesting one. Probably touch third, taste fourth. No, actually, no. Smell third, and then touch and taste somewhere like that. Okay. Obviously, if you didn't know, if you're more touchy, which is a personality plus culture, family, upbringing thing, you're probably touch is more common. But if you're one of those people like, I don't want to touch anything and I don't want to have anybody touch me, then you can kind of see how touch would be when maybe the most unused sense that you use. All right, so I have a quote here that says, good speakers are multi-channeled. So, all right, has anybody had a boring teacher before? Like really boring? Yeah, okay. So if you're a good student though, like you're a good student, do you look at your boring teacher? Oh, wait, no, you're a good student. You're a good student. You should be paying attention even though your teacher sucks. That's my point, right? Yeah, you get that? Yeah. So a boring teacher uses sight. They expect the students to look at them, right, when they lecture to you. So they always use sight. Do they use hearing when they speak to you? Yeah, they use hearing too, right? So the most boring teacher ever uses sight and sound. What do they never use? It's one of the reasons they're really, really boring, right? Think about what are the other channels that these boring teachers never use? So there you go. So I'm a boring teacher. How do I do touch? Well, I like high five my students when they come in, right? I figure out ways to like get some clapping interaction, holding hands, high fiving, fist bumping, and I can hand things out that people can touch, right? Like I do a speech on fossils and I hand out some fossils so the students can actually get the texture, and because touch is very, 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 very in like important this channel for us, because it's you get I don't know if you know, but you learn so much by actually touching something as opposed to just looking at it, and then or hearing it. And so and then think about smell and taste would be pass out objects that have an odor and pass out things that you can taste and have an object like salt, right? Or something like that. Okay, so good speakers are multi-channel. So what do I do as a good speaker? I know my audience will look at me and they will listen to me, hear me at least, right? So what do I always want to incorporate? I'm doing a speech about coffee. So what do I bring to class and to my speech? My coffee speech. Yeah, but first of all, how do I bring in? I need to bring in some coffee I can smell. So beans, right, or grinds. Then I want taste. So I'm going to have some different coffee, brewed coffee, so you can see the different tastes, right? A French roast versus a light roast, versus an espresso versus a latte. And then also I want touch. So I want people to touch the beans, touch the coffee, and then be able to drink the drink ideally, right? So if I'm doing a coffee speech and I'm face to face, I bring all those things as part of my visual aids. Because remember, you're going to learn that pictures speak 1,000 words. Visual aids are really, really important to your informative and precise speeches, and a little bit for a story time. For example, if I was doing a story time speech on Snow White, I might just actually have a picture of the book on my phone or tablet that I could show in the camera, or I'd have like a poster of Snow White, or I could dress up like Snow White, or I could get a vanity mirror, right? So one of those all hand out there and be like, mirror, mirror on the wall. I don't know what else to say. Does everybody see that? How like in my story time, I can really quickly introduce a few little visual aids. And you can't pass them to your audience through the internet, but you could show them and does everybody see that? That's about as good as kind of like as good as it gets. So if you do that, that's where I'm like, yeah, you're being multi-channeled as a public speaker, right? So now I'm gonna parallel this to dating. All right. On a date, do you look at each other? Yeah, a lot. Hopefully, right? If you get bored, that's really bad. Do you listen to each other on a date? And that one's another yes, huh? A lot of, yeah. So if you want to be successful at dating though, what else do you do besides look at your date and and listen to your date? What am I telling you here? Does everybody see that? What? Yeah. So okay, Jafumi though, how do we have touch on a date that's appropriate and not offensive though? Does everybody see that? Think about how do we do that without like, sexually harassment or just, so yeah, okay. But how do we hold hands and make it appropriate? I'll give you a good example. So I would go on a date and I would go ice skating. And usually the girl would fall on her ass all the time and have to hold my hand and just skate. Or you go dancing, where there's some basic hand holding dancing, like ballroom dancing or square dancing, or maybe a little the Cuban dance. Sorry, what is it? Salsa, merengue, right? Does everybody see that? Like I would choose a date where there's some basic touch that's totally appropriate and acceptable, where that way, I have the element of touch, right? Without me forcing it on the date. Okay, number two, what about taste? How do I do that one? I think this one's a little more simple, right? This is where I usually bring European chocolate. Just costs like it's little, so it's not that big of a deal. It's not yeah, going out to eat. I think that's a good one too. But I never go out on movies. Why? I will go out to eat, by the way, but I never do movies on a date because what do you look at during the movie? Not each other. You look at the movie, right? And it's kind of it's dark. Yeah, you don't get to talk to each other, right? So that's why I don't never do movies are when you're married and you're bored of each other. Okay, so like, is that good dating advice? No movies on the first date. None of that, right? You want to be able to talk to each other and look at each other, and then again have touch, and then taste, and this is where I would just and then smell is a good one too. So how do we succeed here? Well, we mentioned eating food. Oh yeah, but Joanna, yeah. So choose flowers that don't look good. Instead, they smell good. Women like that a lot, trust me. Yeah, but don't overdo their perfume or cologne, right? Don't overdo it. But I think it's important to have something just to kind of let the woman know I made an effort, right? And then what do I want to eat? What kind of food do I want to eat? No, you're not. You guys aren't understanding the answer because I want food that smells good. Yes, there you go, Jessica. You got it right. Do you all see what I'm saying? You want food that smells good, not just tastes good and looks good, but like, has anybody been to a restaurant where you just smell, or like you've been in the park, you smell someone's barbecue? You're like, oh my God, I want some of those rib, right? Like you just and you're like really far away, but you're like, right? It's powerful. Um, yes. So I want food. I'm gonna go on a date where we go eat something where the food looks good, tastes good, but more importantly, it smells good. I'll give you a good example of this. I like to go to bakeries because what happens when you walk into a bakery on your date? Yeah, you smell what smells good though to you? The fresh baked bread. Yeah. Right. And that, does everybody see that? When it's like you're not just gonna eat it or look at it, you're smelling the bread and that makes you extra like, yes. Right. So if you want to understand how to have a really good dinner on a date, make sure the food looks good, tastes good, but also smells good. Right. So does everybody see what I'm telling you to do on a date now? Right. If you're smart, you know the dates are going to look at each other and listen to each other. You need to bring in that taste, touch, smell element that makes the date more memorable and wants the date person on the date to have a second one, to come back and have another one, right? Because isn't that the point of a date? All right, cool. So if you're grasping this is what I'm saying. Take one, and if you're the women, look, this is how you meet. This is how you figure out which guys to get rid of. Like, dude, this guy's like, like can't look at me, can't even keep his eyes on me, right? Or they just don't pay attention to the little details like taste, touch, smell, right? They're into like bling and being flashy with the money or the car. No, I would think about like, how devious Like really, this person really wants to manipulate everything they possibly can to make success, right? To achieve their goal. Okay. So good speakers are always bringing in taste, touch, smell. So when you do your speeches this over the next 2 weeks, think about how do I incorporate a little taste, touch, smell to the professor in my speech or my audience through the digital internet form that we're using, right? And again, just have some flowers. Ooh, right. I personally like purple lilacs on a date. The purple flowers are, they look good, but they smell really good. So that's the one that I like. And because roses are too much, huh? Does everybody see how roses are like, eh? So that's why I'm like, dude, that's a Valentine's stuff or whatever. So that's why I think about how you're even clever in your choice of flowers that you bring onto the date. So there you go. Okay. The receiver decodes the message and encodes feedback, which goes back to the sender. So you're going to have the whole decoding, encoding process. Remember, there's problems in the encoding and the decoding. And then the feedback is the receiver to sender communication. That's verbal and nonverbal, right? Because you could wave to me and I could just do what? Nothing, right? And that is nonverbal feedback to you that says like, I didn't see you wave, or I ignored you wave, or I didn't want to acknowledge your wave, or something like that. And then finally, noise is background stress and communication, which is both external and internal. Okay. All right. And everybody who is in the Zoom meeting that I sent you ad authorizations, by the way. So as far as I understand, you just register for the class and you should be able to add, by the way. I think that's how, there's no ad codes. So anyhow, so 1.3 principles of communication. So remember, principles are guidelines. So like, here's a guideline. Nice guys finish last. Especially in dating, I found this to be true. You have to be pretty aggressive, assertive, competitive in dating to get the woman or the man I think that you really want. I know this woman, by the way. She so my brother works at Google, and we went to this Christmas party with the two founders were there, Larry and Sergey, and yeah, the super rich guys. They're kind of interesting characters, by the way. One is super introverted, but anyhow, so we're at this Christmas party, and I had this girlfriend or a friend who was a girl, and she was like kind of schmoozing everybody there, and she used to always tell me like, I'm gonna marry like a tech billionaire. She used to say that all the time. And then guess what happened? She like met this dude at the party, and he's like a tech billionaire, and now they're married and they have kids. And I'm always like, damn, she actually like totally set out to marry like this, and she totally made it happen. And it wasn't like anything like shady or gold digging or anything. She just basically said, I'm only going to date men who are like up here. And by doing that, she got to where she wanted. And I've always been impressed by that. So principles. So generally, but I think you should be polite, right? And appreciative. But I just, does anybody want to disagree with me? Nice guys don't finish last. And I always tell people some people say like, oh, I don't think that's true. And I'm like, try driving in San Jose as a nice guy. What do you think is going to happen if you go drive around San Jose all day and let everyone cut in front of you, let it stop does everybody see what I'm talking about? You're super nice. What's going to happen to you? Well, mostly I think you'll get nowhere, right? It's just because I don't know if you've ever seen how aggressive the traffic is, people, and you see what I'm saying? And if you just drive really passively and defensively and let everyone cut in, I just don't, yeah. And you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them, which is what I think a lot of drivers do, right? Because you can't really, it's hard to be a nice driver all the time around here. So most of them are like, if you can't beat them, join them. So you just turn into a jerk driver like all the other jerk drivers, right? So, no. Driving it's tough. It's frustrating. We were not meant to like sit in traffic as human beings. We really were not, right? I mean, so, okay. So here are the principles. Number 1, you cannot not communicate. Ooh, what's another way to say this? You cannot not communicate. How about you are always communicating? What is it? What is it? When am I communicating? I'm wearing a beanie. Like if you can see this, right? Yeah, exactly. There you go. Pretty simple, huh? What happens if you saw my tattoo? I got my wife beater on, and you're like, I've got this tattoo. Well, what would that communicate? And I call it a wife beater, right? I'm talking about the t-shirt with the little straps here. It's white. Like, yeah, Lupe, that's not bad. I'm bald. Oh my gosh, but that's true. People wear hats often because their hair is going. Okay, cool. What else? What about this one? Let's say I look at one of you and one of the ladies in the class was wearing a hat. What does that communicate? You just look at one of your classmates. Yeah, Sabrina, Joanna, exactly. Bad hair day, 100%. Exactly. That's when when I see a lady wearing a hat in the morning class, that's exactly what I think. Got up late, didn't have time to do her hair, hat. Boom. Because I've actually done that. When I have a bad hair day, I actually went to court one day. I was wearing a baseball cap and I asked the judge, do you care if I wear my hat? And he's like, okay. And he's like, no, I don't care. And then the bailiff was like, bad hair day. And I was like, yeah. So yeah, the judge knows what that's about apparently. Hold on just a second. Oh my God, this should be a start. Son needs some printer paper. Okay. He's 5 years old. And I ignore him while I'm doing this, so it's cool. Got it. If he shows me, you need something, I gotta pause real quick. Okay, so I'm back. So yeah, does everybody see that? You cannot not communicate. You're always communicating. What you wear, how tall you are, if you're a man, a girl, you know, if you have jewelry or pierced ears or the color of the hair you call, or your hair or your clothes, the car you drive, who you hang out with, where you hang out, right? Let's say, what is it? Does it communicate anything to me if you like hang out the boba store all the time or the boba cafe, right? I mean, what is that? Let's say like you just saw Professor Lee at the boba cafe like all the time. What would that say about me? What do you think? Besides that, I pretty much love boba. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm bored. Maybe I'm interested in business. Maybe I'm using their free Wi-Fi. Maybe I'm trendy. Yeah, exactly. It's you know, and you think about it, because a lot of those could be wrong, by the way. So you see that you can't control what you communicate all the time. So yeah, so you're always communicating. You're always communicating. So what do I do before I leave the house? 100% of the time. And it reflects that I am always communicating. Does everybody get that? No. When I leave my house and I go out in the world, I'm going to meet people. You never know who you'll bump into. You're just running around town and running, right? Doing stuff with taking your kids somewhere or anything like that. So what do I do whenever I leave the house? I dress up. Does everybody get that? I do not wear flip-flops like out of the house. I don't wear casual clothes like where you could see my tattoo outside the house. I always dress up if I leave my house for anything. Does everybody get that? Because like I said, you never know who you might talk to, bump into. They might see you and get a certain impression. I'm in a business for myself where I have to represent myself and my brand always in a positive manner. And I understand that because you're always communicating. So like the car you drive, the way you dress, the way you speak to people, the stereotypes and generalistic assumptions that people make about you, right? Based on all these things. I'll give you a good one. Do you know what happens when you graduate from college? Yeah, I'm always being presentable. Yeah. So like as a lady, I means I'd have to do my hair, my makeup, and maybe does everybody see that? It's probably a lot more effort than as a guy, but yeah, I always put on pants unless I'm going to the beach or something like that, right? Like I put on more dress shoes and socks, a belt, and then usually a collared shirt. You just I don't know if you'll ever get me later on in your life. Maybe you'll kind of really have that moment where you bump into somebody and you're like, damn, I wish I was dressed better. Because I didn't know I was gonna bump into them. And you just for some reason you care a little bit about your impression, right? Your physical appearance. So there you go. All right. So you're always communicating. So just try and be aware of that and understand that sometimes you can't control that as well. Because for example, I'm Asian, right? I'm actually Korean American, but I'm Asian. So two stereotypes that follow me, I've noticed, is that I'm good at math. And maybe I'm a bad driver, right? So does everybody see that? Whether that's true or not about me, that stereotype and generalization gets put on me because I communicate that I'm Asian American, and people will just generally put those big stereotypes on you. So, and you can't stop that always, right? So you're always communicating. Yeah. So I just try and be exactly, Kayla. I just, because you're always communicating everywhere you are, wherever you go, even if you really don't care to or want to, you still are, right? So that's why I try to be presentable at all times. Number 2, communication's irreversible. We all know that's true, huh? You can't, once you say something, never take it back. Once you do something, never take it back, right? So what's the lesson to be learned from this principle? Because we know it's true. It's always, for me, it's this one acronym, TBYS. Yeah, think before you speak. Yeah, right. Really easy to say, hard to do. But I've taught myself to not say what I want to say right there. Or the best one that I'm really good at is I'm really good at, I'll type a text message response, look at it, and just delete the whole thing. A lot. I'm like, I do not want to express that anger or that any kind of offensive tone or rude, because I just, sometimes it just kind of comes out naturally, and then I read it, I'm like, delete the whole thing. Like, don't even, yeah. So does everybody see that? Because I know once I send, it's irreversible, right? So, I also don't burn bridges. I used to, but now I'm like, I'm a networker. I don't burn bridges. Bridges are a metaphor connection between people, right? Bridges, sorry. So once you burn a bridge, you're like, I never want to see that person again, right? I actually have found in life that I don't want to burn bridges. You never know when it might be useful to have that bridge again to that person, even though maybe you don't like that person or you don't like something that person has done. All right, number 3, communication's a process. We talked about that earlier. There's no beginning. There is no end. There is just a process, right? Time is a process, right? Does everybody get that one? What does time constantly do? It never goes backwards. It never pauses. It only does what? It only goes forward. Yeah, right. That's the only thing it possibly can do. And it's linear, just goes forward, right? So there you go. And you can't pause it. You can't go backwards. It's just this process, this ongoing, inevitable. You can't, there's no way to stop time. Even if everyone dies, time goes on, right? So, okay. Yeah. So just thinking about how communication is this process. My sister died. She died in a car accident when I was 21 and she was 19. She was going to college at Georgetown in Washington, D.C. And it was just, bad traffic accident. She was a pedestrian. So it was unfortunate. So, what happened when she died? What I'm asking is, do you think I still communicate with her? What do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, do I think about her? Do I actually even literally physically talk to her? And well, I'll tell you a good story. So like when she passed away, I actually thought that I had she was my guardian angel for a while. Like I had these like really bad, these things where I could have died, and then somehow I like came out of all of them. Like no, like I was in this like 20 car pileup, and I was the only person who didn't get hit by anybody else. So like 20 cars around me were spinning and crashing each other, and I was somehow evading. And I remember thinking like, oh my God, that's got to be my sister looking over me, right? So here's the interesting story though. So I no longer have a guardian angel. Does anybody want to know why? I think I had one when my sister passed away. I really think that she was a guardian angel for me for a while, because I think she was like, my parents cannot afford to lose another child, so I'm gonna watch over you. But I no longer have one. No, Jifumi, that's a good answer. I like that one, but no. Okay, Joanna, no, I like that's a good answer too. Thank you. Those were really, really good. No, I actually, she's still there. That's what I think. She's still guarding. She's still guarding. What happened though? When my daughter was born, what did I ask of my guardian angel? This is a true story, by the way. I asked her not to look over me anymore. I asked my sister to look over my daughter. Yeah. So I'm totally fucked. I'm like, I don't have a guardian angel anymore. So I got to be really careful now. I'm serious about that. That's how I think sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I don't have like this, my guardian angel. I gave it away, but that was a good give. I'm totally cool with that. Does everybody see that? But like, I literally am a little more looking over my shoulder, eat a little more healthy. Cause I'm like, yeah, I don't, there you go. But that, yeah, I'm totally comfortable with that, by the way. This is a true story, all of this. I literally thought, I was like, I'm pretty sure she was looking over me. But when my children were born, I was like, yeah. Like, look over them. Don't look over me. I'm not important anymore in that sense. So, okay. Fourth thing is that communication is learned. Yeah, so we learn the languages. We learn all the codes, right? What does that face mean? What does this finger gesture mean, right? My 5-year-old son, he was fighting with his sister. His sister hit him, and he was like, "You bitch." I was like, he got a timeout for that, and then my daughter got a big timeout for hitting him. Yeah, that's what I do, timeouts. I don't know if it works, but like they get they're being punished though, so that part of it kind of works. But anyhow, yeah. So yeah, so all the languages, all the mannerisms. All right, is anybody here Filipino? I think maybe we got one or two or three, right? A couple? I think so. Does anybody know what this means? If you're a Filipino mom and you're the son, and she looks at you and goes, can you all hear me do that noise? Kind of like chopping my lips against my tongue or something. Does anybody know what that means? This is what I learned. This is the 80s. Your ass is gonna get beat. Yeah, basically it's like it's a noise that the Filipino mom makes of disappointment and disapproval, and then like also like discipline is coming. It's kind of what I was told, because I grew up with this kid who's Filipino, and every time his mom would like, kind of discipline him, I caught her a couple times doing that noise, and then I learned that means, yeah, you're in big trouble, son. So we learn these things. Does everybody see that? And we learn what all the mannerisms mean. Like, help me out again. Is it simp? Right? I gotta look at urbandictionary.com again for this, by the way. Oh, a slang insult for men who are too attentive and submissive to women. A simp, huh? Oh, okay. We does everybody see that? We have to learn that. Someone creates that word that's not even in the dictionary, but if enough people start saying it, basically it becomes a word. And then we have to learn these. And then 5 years from now, maybe that nobody will use that term anymore at all, right? It'll go away, or it'll stay. I remember when I was a kid, everyone called each other dude. What's up, dude? Right? And now it's like buddy or bro. And you just see how that, you have to learn the different language of the words, of the phrases, and everything changes over time. Um, I was trying to think some other ones that I used to be kind of stupid from, like, there's some really old school instances that nobody uses anymore, right? So yeah, homie, yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, dog, boy, yeah, there you go. And so we just, one is that communication is constantly changing. We got to constantly learn it. The new facial expression, the new gestures. I remember I didn't know what a dab is. That dab, right? I didn't know what this was until I tried some students kind of explain that. I saw like Cam Newton did during football game one time, and and so you're trying to learn what this new hand gestures mean, and you learn the new dances, right? Like how to do the Dougie, to like there's some other ones, right? Like that didn't exist when I was a kid dancing in high school. We had like the RoboCop and the Roger Rabbit, and there was a lot of b-boy, b-girl stuff going on, like breakdancing in the 80s kind of stuff, and that was about it. So yeah, okay. The next one is, well, we learn all this communication. Where does it come from? Well, it's actually all culturally influenced, and we talk about cross-cultural appreciation here. So for example, culture doesn't just mean your like nationality. It could be like, I'm a PlayStation gamer versus an Xbox gamer, right? Those are different cultures. Does everybody see that too? Or the coffee crowd people versus the tea people, they're different cultures. So we just see that all the communication comes from some cultural influence, right? So if I type GG, right? If you're a video gamer, you know that means good game, right? And that does everybody see how the culture starts creating the different ways we communicate verbally, non-verbally, and things of that nature. I like acronyms. Anybody know what this one means? Acronyms is where each of those letters, capital letters, represents a word. So that's a big sentence. Anybody, nobody knows what dillygaff means? Yes, Guadalupe, you got it. Do I look like I give a, yes, exactly. So I found that one actually useful. When people text me nonsense, I usually respond dillygaff, and then they usually ask dillygaff question mark, and then I explain, do I look like I give a, exactly. So if you understand that, right? How many of us have people who text us nonsense sometimes, right? And you're just like why, right? So, okay. So there's the culture of texting, huh? There's a texting culture. Do you use two hands, your thumbs or fingers, right? Do you talk? Do you use grammar, punctuation? Do you use a lot of emojis in your text messages? And those are some examples of the texting culture that I'm talking about. By the way, who knows what happens if you use lots of emojis? Does anybody know this? Yeah, that's true. Some people, I've been told, don't send me a happy smiley face. Another guy texted me back like, no smiley face emojis with me, dude. I was like, okay, homophobe. Google it. They've done lots of studies that prove emoji users apparently have more sex than people who don't use emojis. Pretty interesting. So I'm going to go. See the point I'm trying to make? I don't even, what else can I do here? Yeah, no, Google it. Look, and these are scientific studies. These are not like jokes. Like if you go and look at Psychology Today, right? Like they find that, yeah. And what they find is just what you mentioned earlier. Whoever said it was this more expressive. They find that maybe these people who use lots of emojis when they text message and stuff, they are more expressive. So maybe generally in life, they're a little more touchy, tasty, smelly. Right? Does everybody see that? They're a little more attentive to all the little details and things like that, because they're more expressive. They care about what they wear, how they present themselves at all times, their hair, things of that nature. So kind of like gay people or metrosexuals, I think is the term. Sorry, right? Really, really on top of being, like modern and hip in their appearance. Oh, wait. And the other one is a hype beast, right? I think I got that one right. Hype beast, right? Hype beasts are the cutting edge fashion people crowd or something like that. So, what's the store in New York that's really popular? Is it Supreme? Yeah, right. Like the hype beast kind of started with all the Supreme stuff. Now that guy. It's a British guy, super rich. I was reading. I was like, whoa. Came to New York, started this like limited edition street clothing store or something. Lupe, I don't know what cookies is. Just so you know that maybe that's a good speech topic, informed speech topic. You can talk about cookies, which is different, right? Yeah. Totally, why not? That's, you can get facts and data and to talk about their history and their founders and their brand and their marketing strategy and whatever else. And you got sales numbers, how much money they make, or how many stores they have, or what's the highest selling item they've ever sold, and just you can get all kinds of interesting information, right? And I'm just trying to show you how like what you talk about sometimes are good speech topics, because you want to choose a topic that you're interested in, but also will be appealing to the audience, right? That everybody would want to learn a little bit about cookies. Okay, because everybody wears clothes, I think so. I think everybody's always interested in fashion to some degree, right? Some more than others, though. All right, here's the next one, 1.5, communication skills for your life. Just to make sure. Oh, okay, I did skip one. So they're all culturally influenced. So 1.4, attitude is greater than aptitude. So aptitude is your ability level. So I'm saying attitude is more important than ability at public speaking. Does everybody see that? So I don't care if you're not a good public speaker. My job is to teach you that and help you gain the experience and guide you through this process. What I do care about is, are you willing to learn? Do you have some courage? Like, are you willing to fail, make some mistakes, but learn from them? Because, public speaking can be nerve wracking. And so I'm concerned about your attitude. Yeah. So here's attitude. By the way, I think attitude is the most important thing that you personally control in your life, by the way, your own attitude. Is it positive? Is it negative? How does that affect the people around you? And if you believe in something called the law of attraction, positive people attract positive people to them, and negative people, misery loves company, brings cancer and miserable people to you. So think about how if you project energy positively and negatively through your attitude, what that says about you. And I've noticed that, like, I really try to teach my children this, right? That attitude matters a lot. So, okay. So how do you have a good attitude? Well, you got to be flexible. So you don't get what you want, when you want it, the way you want it, but you're okay. So you can bend, but you don't break, right? You're flexible. You also want to be patient because you're not going to get what you want, when you want it, the way you want it, exactly right now. And they say patience is a virtue. When will all of you learn a lot of patience? You will learn when you have kids. You learn some patience trying to find a spouse or a boyfriend, girlfriend. You learn some patience sometimes at a job, especially if you have to deal with stupid customers, huh? But I think you're going to learn the uber ultimate patience with your own children because you just, like I said, it's a soul sucking endeavor. So if you don't want to do it, by the way, you shouldn't. I'm totally cool with that. Does anybody know what a dink is? These are apparently the happiest people in the world. That's what the research says. What's a dink? Stands for dual income, no kids. So you're married or have a boyfriend and girlfriend, you live together, you both make good money and you have no children. So you waste all your money on yourself and you're not being tortured by your kids. So like you're the most happiest people in the world. Yeah. Part of me is like, dang, maybe I should have tried that. I mean, I actually have some friends who are dual income, no kids, and I'm like, they go on like awesome vacations. Guess where I went last year before COVID? I went to freaking Disneyland. Where did I go the year before that? Disneyland, right? They go to like, Machu Picchu, or they go to like, climb some mountain in Africa. I'm not going to Disneyland to get measles and be stand in line with all the other parents who are bored to death. So yeah, so trust me, dual income, no kid. If you really, if you're like, you know what, happiness is the most important thing to me in my life, then I would think about that. Like, yeah, I want to find a mate, have no kids. Yeah, no, Kayla. There's. It's just, yeah. What I would tell you though, it's not about your personal happiness though. Does that make sense? So like, right, the pros are a lot, but they're not personal happiness ones. That's what I'm kind of trying to get at. If you get that, right? There's a lot of what we call like vicarious living, where if my kid is happy, then I'm happy, kind of. It's more that I'm happy that they're not unhappy, right? As opposed to me really being happy. But there you go. Every once in a while, my children do something where I'm like, I'm pretty happy that they're doing it. But anyhow, generally though, I would tell you it's a soul sucking endeavor. It's not bad. Don't forget, it's super expensive too. The average kid from 0 to 18 is $250,000 to raise them from 0 to 18. If you're wondering, it's the average cost. So there you go. Okay. If they go to college and you pay for it, then that like doubles. And then if they don't move out of the house at 18, then like that also like doubles apparently, right? So like there you go. Just so the financial commitment is huge. All right. You also want to be tolerant. So tolerant means you want to be open-minded and be accepting. I'm okay that you want to eat that food. I'm okay that you like country music, even though I think it's barf. I'm okay that you're gay or transsexual, or I'm okay that you're heterosexual, or I'm okay that you voted for President Trump. I'm actually, like I said, I have a lot of friends who actually are Republican conservatives and they did vote for Trump. Um, so, and then the last thing though is you want to be non-ethnocentric. So ethno equals like your ethnicity. And centric equals like centered upon. right? Like a self-centered person. So what's an ethnocentric person like? Do you all get that? They're like self-centered people on their own culture. Does everybody get that? So, okay. Americans, what do we generally eat with all three meals? We use silverware, right? Pretty much most of the time. Sometimes we eat with our hands, right? So yeah, utensils, that's a good one. So I went to I've been to a lot of Ethiopian restaurants. Does anybody know how do they eat at an Ethiopian restaurant or Ethiopia? They eat with their, yeah, they eat with their hands. You get no utensils at all, right? And I've actually seen Americans walk into an Ethiopian restaurant and kind of trip out. They like trip out that there are no utensils. And I'm like, well, do you eat pizza with your hands and fried chicken and tacos and hamburgers? Like, do you see how it's kind of culturally judgmental and actually pretty damn inaccurate to trip out the fact that you're going to a restaurant that doesn't give you utensils, right? That's an example of ethnocentrism. You can only see the world through kind of how your culture does it. So everybody who does it different, every culture that is different, you judge it. And you kind of judge it negatively. You know, they're not civilized. They're inferior. They're pagans. You know, they're cretins. They're, you know, they're do the wrong religion. You know, like think about how we met the Native Americans, right? When the white man came over from Europe, you know, starting with the Pilgrims and then expanded slowly across. You kind of see how like they pretty much took most of the stuff that Native Americans didn't believe in property. So they never built fences, right? Because you didn't own land. You just followed the buffalo or whatever you were hunting and the resources that you need, and they migrated, right? And that so what do the white Americans think about them? Think about Native Americans and their like lack of like land and fencing. And does everybody see that? How did the white Americans think about that? They judged it. They didn't just go like, oh, that's cool. It's kind of interesting concept, right? What did they think? Native Americans are dumb shits, right? Because does everybody see that? They're, you know, they don't just be like, okay, that's different. They're like, that's retarded. Therefore, we're going to take it from them. And that's kind of the attitude that they have, right? So does everybody see that? So if you want to be non-ethnocentric, you need to kind of understand that every culture is different. It's okay to take off your shoes when you go into a house. It's okay that people speak Spanish around you, or Chinese or Russian or Israeli. Well, yeah, they didn't bathe actually. Yeah, I mean, personal hygiene was, everybody's teeth rotted out. It was really, really, really different. And they wore all the clothing because Europe is cold, and armor and things were really, really different. So yeah. So how do you become non-ethnocentric? Anybody want to ask me or type in the chat? What do you do to like expand your open-mindedness so that you don't only see your culture? Like if you grow up heterosexual and all you know is heterosexual culture, what happens when you meet a gay person for the first time? Right? Do you understand that? You'll judge that person as the gay person as weird or doesn't fit in. Right? Exactly. So yeah, good. Those are good. The one that I like is eat different food. Get some falafel. Try something vegetarian or Hindu. Then try some pho. Then try, does ever see that? I like eat in the Bay Area. We have a lot of cultural food. And I think taking advantage of that will really expand your mind about what you can eat. Does anybody here like octopus? What is it like? Can you help me out in Espanol? ¿Cómo se dice octopus en español? It's like Diablo, the octopus. When I type it. There's this dish that there's this Mexican restaurant that I go to. It's called La Promesa here in South Lake Tahoe. It's pretty authentic. And sorry, I forgot I think dish is called Diablo Pulpo because it's like spicy octopus or the devil's octopus. I think it's freaking bomb. I like always get and eat that, right? But some people see me eating it and they're like, gross, right? Does everybody see that? What does it mean if you think that food that I'm eating is gross? Does everybody see that? It shows their cultural bias because they don't eat octopus. It's gross, right? But guess what octopus is? It's food. Does everybody see that? For me, I've learned to look at food as food and not that if I eat it, it's food, but if I don't eat it, then it's not food. Does everybody see how? Yeah, some people trip about seafood. I went to law school in Colorado, like, landlocked state. And a lot of my friends there, they're white dudes. They're meat and potatoes. They literally only eat meat and potatoes. So nothing from the ocean. No fish, no seafood, no sushi, no shrimp, right? No crab. Won't do it. It has to be meat and potatoes and like bread and spaghetti. They eat pasta, bread, rice, meat, and potatoes. Pretty much a lot of. So, and that was really, really hard for them to expand their cultural food, right? Beyond that, they really had a hard time. They were really grossed out by everything that wasn't meat and potatoes. Okay. Does anybody here have the rainbow friends? And I mean rainbow like as in gay, the rainbow as in just every color and every type. Friends who are a little bit older, a little bit younger, friends who are, and does everybody see that? I try to have the whole rainbow. Like, I'm proud to tell people that I hang out Black people, Hispanic people, Filipinos, Vietnamese, all the different Chinese, Japanese American, Asian, and then all the whitewashed Twinkies like me who are yellow on the outside and white on the inside. Then I got all the people who go drink boba, play the video games, people who like to do modify their cars, other people who like American Muscle, people who love hip hop. Does everybody see that? I'm really, really interested in everybody. And it's one thing that I used to do when I met all the students, right? That think about how I meet all these students, and part of you, I get a glimpse of your life, and that gives me an idea of who you are. And all the people are so different and diverse, especially here at EVC, that it's really, really, expands my open-mindedness to about what people are. And I try not to judge about anything. I really, 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 I mentioned just a couple things I don't like, right? Rude people, bigots, and people don't tip. After that, I don't really judge. I don't judge on how you make your money. I mean, I think, the criminal stuff is tough. Like if you do some criminal activities to make your money, but at some point, I don't hold that exactly against you, right? Because there may be some other things you can do in your life with your money to sort of make you have a better impact on your community, kind of like the Robin Hood or something like that. But yeah, I really, really don't. I'll tell you a quick story. So my uncle, he owned a liquor store growing up. He was really, really rich. He owned like 3 or 4 liquor stores. And I used to kind of always ask my parents, like, I kind of learned in church that like alcohol is bad, and like uncle makes all his money from selling alcohol. I kind of had a hard time with the moral consistency of that. And what I was being told at church, and then how he made his money, and he drove a nice car and had a big house, and everybody thought he was awesome because he was rich. But then I was like, he makes it by selling alcohol, which I kind of didn't understand. Like, anyhow, so but that's when I kind of realized, like, yeah, maybe you don't want to do that to anybody, because in life is hard and it's challenging, and we need to survive. So okay, but anyhow, so I'm pretty open-minded. So I'm non-ethnocentric in that sense. So I'm pretty open-minded. If you're older than me, speak different languages, you're different religion, you like different hobbies from me, you're different politics from me, you're poor or richer than me, whatever you want to look at it, is I'm pretty much cool with how you are. I like to say, you be you, oops, and I be me, right? As long as we don't hurt each other, have a conflict, I'm totally cool with you be you, and I'm going to be me. So, all right. All of that together is what makes a good attitude, right? So you're like non-ethnocentric, you're patient, you're flexible, and that's how you have a good attitude. Okay. Communication skills for your life. That's 1.5. So we're past principles. We're on communication skills. So number 1 is practice makes perfect. The idea is, remember, skills are, you put in the time and energy and the effort and you practice, you get better. So practice makes perfect. So intrapersonal. Intra means within. So you talk to yourself. Can you practice speaking to yourself? Absolutely, yes, you can. Well, in fact, that's a great way to practice. Honestly, anything, right? Dancing, cooking, just practice by yourself. You don't need other people. You don't need an audience. Like you're working out, you don't need to like put it on Instagram that you're working out, right? Like just, you know, I'm cool with the people who like they do their thing and they don't need to show it off. So yeah, so do practice with yourself. Use your phone. It's a great little technological device, right, to just help you improve your speeches. Like when you do your story time speech and you record it the first time, like don't just turn it in, watch it. And if you don't like it, do it again. And then turn that one in, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like just watch your recorded speech and see if you're happy with it or not. You know, by yourself. Also then practice with other people, interpersonal, right? With all the relationships with the people you have. I have actually told my students to do this, and I'm really surprised because a lot of the students come back and tell me like, man, you know, when I ask my friends to watch me speak, or I ask my mom to watch me speak, or ask, you know, like my older brother or younger sister do it, they all said yes. And they're all like really curious about what I was doing. And so, yeah, so use the people around you. Remember, life is really hard. Create a support system and then use it. Use that, take advantage of that. It's not what you know, it's who you know in the world that can make you successful. So create that who you know support system and take advantage and use it. Also practice with anytime you're in front of a group, like in a class or at work. So maybe ask some of your workmates to get together and, you know, 10 minutes of your time so you can share their speech, or send them the link to your speech so they can watch it, and then just they'll give you some feedback. You know, what do they think? What would they do better? What did you do well first? And then finally, anytime you get a chance to speak in front of an audience, do it, because it's really rare, right? So that's the best experience. So like, take advantage of this classroom. Don't be shy. Understand that this is the great artificial lab to improve your basic public speaking skills so that when you go in the real world, you'll be prepared. And then what do you do when you practice? You tell stories and jokes. Okay, so I should tell some stories. Oh, so me and my brother, I grew up in the hills in Saratoga, like really rural area. And we used to shoot guns as teenagers. My dad, he's an ex-Marine, he had a lot of guns. So like we go just take them and go shoot them out in the back field. And so we used to line up bottles on the fence and just shoot them off the fence, right? Pretty safe. And because behind the fence was a big hill, and so you're shooting the bullets into the hillside. So one day my brother though, we saw some cowboy movie where the cowboy takes his gun out of his holster and spins it on the trigger finger and then puts it back in the holster, right? So we were practicing like taking the gun out, spinning in our finger and putting it back in the holster. So we're both standing there and the bottles are down there, and he takes out the gun, spins it. As he's spinning it, it fires and it hits like an inch from my foot. And we both look at each other like, and I just remember like that. I've never him. Yeah. By the way, I still remind him about that story. How you almost shot off my foot. And just does everybody see that? And I've told that story hundreds of times. So every time I tell that story, it's a good way for me to practice my public speaking. And then tell jokes, right? And I think, you know, Google's really good for jokes, or Siri's really good for jokes, right? So like, does anybody want to tell a joke? Can I? This is my Mexican joke. This is from my Mexican friend, and I don't think it's ethnic, so you'll get it. So, what do you call a one Mexican guy playing basketball against another Mexican guy? What do you call one Mexican guy playing basketball against another Mexican guy? One on one. If you get it, it's supposed to be one on one. So there you go. I mean, like, so as long as you don't offend people, right? Because everybody see how like once you hear a joke, I try to memorize it, and then I just practice telling it over and over and over and over again. So gosh, I know a lot of jokes. Let me think about this. Let me think of another one that might not offend anybody. So, what do you call Batman and Robin if they're run over by a steamroller? Flat man and ribbon. Right. I told you, I think I said this one earlier, right? What does the girl mushroom ask the boy mushroom all the time? Are you a fun guy? Okay, I know this. Does anybody remember Monica Lewinsky? This is pretty old. This is a President Bill Clinton joke. So he had a sexual affair with this woman named Monica Lewinsky, and so the joke goes like this. I gotta plug in my laptop. Hold on just a second. Okay, so what's the difference between President Bill Clinton and the HMS Titanic? Ship that sank. Does anybody know? We know how many people went down on the Titanic. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't rude. Okay, so tell the jokes that you like and practice telling them every chance you get, especially if it's a good joke. People will like it. It's a great way to practice. Does everybody see that? So practice telling funny stories, embarrassing stories. Oh, you know what? I got to tell you this story. This is a really good one, by the way. So my friends, they're married and they have 2 kids, and they have a teenage daughter. She's 17. She actually goes to Fremont High School. Well, while that's online, but she's going to graduate and go to college soon. So she has a boyfriend. So one night, like this is like last summer, it was like 100-degree night. She asked her parents, like, me and my boyfriend are gonna go to this party, but after we come back, can he stay at the house in my room? And they're like, yeah, we like him. He's cool. Yeah, yeah. They're like, cool. She's like, oh, okay, thank you. So they go out and then they come back like late at night and they go into the house and they go into a room and they go to sleep. About an hour later, what happened was super hot that night. It was like 100 degrees, and my friends, they slept in their bedroom, master bedroom, with their window open and the screen door open, like fully open because it was so hot. And so in the middle of the night, like at 2 a.m., a raccoon and its babies like came into their bedroom and like started walking around the bed. And the wife gets up, freaks out, starts yelling at the husband, like, Jason, like there's raccoons in the room. He's like, gets up, he's like, what? And the mom's like all hissing at him, like, it's really big. He's like, ah! And he's like, what the fuck? And then he like starts hitting it with a pillow, and like and he spends like an hour, like a literally hour, chasing the raccoon around with this pillow, and it's jumping all around. The babies are running out, and it's freaking out because he's messing with the babies, and he can't get it out of the room, and he's cursing and he's swearing. All right, so then finally they get the raccoons out. They shuts the window and the door because they're like, too much, even though it's hot, close it. And so then they get up really early at like 6 a.m. and they have a Nest home video camera. And they see, they're watching it, and the camera says, we recorded some motion last night. And it's like, oh, what? And they look at it, and they see the high school boyfriend at like 2:30 in the morning, like sneaking out of the house, gets in his car, drives off, right? And the parents are like, whoa, he was supposed to sleep here. Like, what's up with that, right? That's kind of weird. So their daughter comes in the morning, and they're like, Stella, like, what's up? What we saw on the video, like, he left. Like, what's going on? He had permission. And she's like, Dad, Mom, like, you started swearing at him in the middle of the night, and like he was so scared he didn't even sleep. He stayed in the closet and then finally crept out of the house and went back. He was so intimidated. And then the parents were like, oh, we weren't yelling at him. There was a raccoon in our bedroom. We couldn't get it out. And they told the whole story. And so anyhow, ha ha ha. But pretty funny stuff. So it's a great story to tell after it happened. So you see that just every chance I get, I try and practice some public speaking by telling that story. Okay. Let's talk about communication skill number 2. Don't take communication so personally, especially on the internet. So your friend doesn't text you back quickly enough. Don't take it personally. Somebody forgets your name. Don't take it personally. The store clerk at the store that you're at was kind of rude to you. Don't take it personally. Maybe they're having a bad day, right? Someone cuts you off on the highway. Don't take it personally. And then people don't, say your video on YouTube sucks or your Instagram picture sucks, because also all the stuff on the internet. Don't take it personally. There you go. That's a really good skill. Does anybody want to give me an example of that? Just something that like something happened to you where you did take it personally, or you learned not to take it personally? Didn't get invited to something? Might not take it personally. I don't get invited to stuff sometimes because I got kids. I'm like, oh, yeah. Or actually also because I have dogs. They're like, yeah, sorry, I didn't want you having the dogs over here or anything like that. So I'm like, okay. Yeah. Don't take it personally. They're protective, and there's a reason they are like that. So yeah, people don't remember your birthday. Yeah, that's a good one, Lynette. Yeah, I try and cut employees a lot of slack because their job is tough. They have a tough job. So yeah. So there you go. Those are good examples. You're gonna see that having a thick skin is a good thing in life. Being over what they call hypersensitive equals bad thing. It's just hypersensitive people are hard to deal with because they get annoyed and upset with everything, right? And I like the thick skin people. Thick skin people, like they can do something stupid to themselves and they just laugh at themselves instead of being all mad or angry, or if you kind of get that, right? So okay, so learn how not to take communication so personally. Number 3, listen without verbal interruption, right? This one's a good one. Can you listen to somebody without verbally interrupting them? Most Americans can't. They say like most Americans can't go 10 seconds without verbally interrupting the person they're listening to. Oh my God, what? Say that again? I didn't hear you, right? Whatever it might be. So then listening reflectively. This one is, let's rephrase the message to ensure you understood it properly. So somebody's telling you like they're not happy with the relationship. What are they really trying to say, you think? What do you think they're really trying to say? Yeah, they're going to break up with you, right? So you're like, or people will say something like, they're really, really sad, right? And it's like, well, what am I hearing? And I'll tell you, you're really, really sad. Like, and then I'll ask them, are you depressed? Does everybody see that? That's a good mental health question to ask your friends and the people you love. Like, just ask them, are you depressed? Right? Like, because it's interesting what they'll say. Sometimes people are very honest and say yes. Other people will try and hide it because they're maybe embarrassed or humiliated, or they don't want to share that with you, right? So it's just you're the receiver, and you're receiving all these messages and you're decoding it, and you just want to say, hey, this is what I'm hearing. Is this accurate? Right? And that's listening reflectively, because sometimes people realize they're saying something but they can't say it because they don't want to, or they're ashamed, right? Or other times they're saying something but they don't really mean that, right? It's coming out a little more garbled and you're just trying to clarify. So okay, and then finally we have reframing on this slide. So this is trying to create other perspectives and saying this is another way of looking at this, right? So has anybody ever had something bad happen, but then it turned out later to be a good thing, right? But you didn't really see that when it happened to you. I'll give you an example. Roman, are you under my bed? Can you get out, please? So I know some people, they didn't get into the college they wanted to out of high school. And they're really bummed out they're going to EVC. But after a year at EVC or 2 years and then they transfer, they realize they saved a lot of money in tuition. A lot of their friends who went off to 4-year weren't that happy, or dropped out or flunked out or partied their way out of school, and they lost a lot of money. And you had time to kind of grow up and mature, and that community college turned out to be way better option for you than you thought it was, right? Does everybody see that? But when it happened, you're kind of disappointed. You don't really see that. So yeah, Kayla, that's a good one too, right? They're just trying to say that there's another way. You had to work on your birthday, but hey, your employees helped you celebrate it, right? So there you go. So yeah. Anybody know somebody who got dumped and they were super depressed, but years later you realize that was a super good first thing for them, that they're not in that toxic relationship, right? Or I know somebody, they bought a BMW and they basically really couldn't afford it. Right? It was like money stress every month. And then somebody crashed into it and destroyed it. And she got a check for the whole car. And I told her, buy a car that like you can afford, right? Because even though she loved the car, the financial stress of it was too much. Because she was stretching her budget beyond where it was. And it's kind of realizing that, oh, when your baby car got blown up, it actually turned out to be a really good thing, because now you can pay it off and buy a car that's more within your budget, right? And then maybe one day later you can get that BMW again. So anybody else want to give me an example of reframing? Anybody ever like been fired from a job, and then actually, I'll give you a story, right? So I got fired from this one job, the only time I've ever been fired. And then years later, there's a bunch of bad stuff going on with the boss, which is why he fired me. Then later on, I found out he went to jail for embezzlement. The guy was stealing money from the company, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and hiding it. And because I kept probing into him, which is why I got fired. Because I also was like, why does he not? It was a little weird about what happened. And then, yeah, so that, does everybody see how I was always like, getting fired by him wasn't a bad thing at all. It turned out to be kind of slowly uncovered all this corruption internally, right? Yeah. I actually remember he actually was in prison for like 5 or 6 years and got out, and they sent me a Facebook invite. I was like, fuck you. No. But you see, other people befriended him, and then because I'm friends with those people, his thing would pop up on my Facebook feed still occasionally. And that's why I was like, dude, why am I'm like, this guy, like, go to hell. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So just yeah, there's sometimes it's a really powerful thing to help somebody say there's another way to look at this, right? Every storm cloud has a silver lining, right? And that's, it rains and pours on you, and it makes thunder and you get all wet, but the silver lining is that rain is life. So, does that make sense? Try and always see the positive in something. Anything, right? Anybody got a positive from COVID-19? There are a bunch, actually, right? Anybody want to say that there's some interesting perspectives on COVID-19 being a positive, right? Yeah, I like that. Right? It's interesting. It causes a lot of catastrophic change, but for some people, they'll benefit from that. Does anybody know is it Chloe Ting? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? She's like a YouTube sensation, right? And she's all successful since COVID, right? She took COVID and said, I'm stuck at home. I'm going to do lifestyle coaching, because my wife watches her videos, because it was like getting her butt in shape or something. I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I was like, who? And then I saw how many views that Chloe Ting's videos. I was like, what the heck? And then she was telling me all about her. Like, yeah, it's like this viral lifestyle YouTube-based kind of like workout regimen, right? And all from this woman who just decided, I'm going to turn COVID-19 into a positive, for her at least, definitely, right? And then all the women and people who watch her videos and are doing good things from that, those are all positives too, right? So has anybody seen the biggest positive in 2020 from COVID-19? I think it's the biggest positive for the whole planet. That's the clue. Everybody was driving left, and carbon dioxide pollution was way down. Yeah, way down. So that was one interesting side effect, right? That we all sheltered in place, and so a lot of us stopped driving. And that's been really good for the environment in terms of car pollution. Yeah. So, okay. Did you see, by the way, who just dumped DoorDash? Starbucks or somebody? Somebody just fired all their delivery drivers, and they're using DoorDash drivers instead. I just saw it in the news today. I'm trying to remember who it was. I can't remember. Where did I see that in the news? Hold on a sec. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. But yeah, it was I forgot who employs all those drivers, but they're going to be bummed. So, okay. DoorDash is exploding since then too, right? Zoom also, Walmart, Amazon exploded. There's a bunch of winners economically in the COVID-19 win. So, and then the vaccine companies. Complimenting others. So telling people you're good at something is actually a skill, communication skill. But how many of us women understand that compliments can be fake, right? So I'm sure all the ladies, you've heard fake compliments from men. So what I would tell you is you're looking for what we call sincere compliments, right? sincere compliments, where people believe them in sincerity. Where do you often hear sincere compliments, by the way? Does anybody know? Where you know the person means it and they have nothing to gain. The ones I like are from strangers, right? Where people you don't even know and they have nothing to gain by telling you you're complimenting you, and then you never see them again, right? But I've had people like compliment me on my children's behavior. We were in a pho restaurant one time, and, you know, my daughter started being kind of a little bit obnoxious. I told her, hey, we're in a public restaurant. You need to calm down, eat your food. And she's like, okay, daddy. And then when the other couple left, they actually stopped and said, your children are really, really nice in the restaurant. We really appreciated you calming them down and letting us just eat in quiet and without, you know, them banging on our bench and stuff. And then when they walked out, and then I went to go pay, and they freaking paid for my meal. I was like, damn, like that, you know. Does everybody see that? Like, I don't know who they are. I never saw them again. But you kind of realize, like, they're not going to say that unless they really believe it, right? So I like the sincere compliments from strangers, right? Where because they have nothing to gain from it, and they're just trying to, yeah, that's why I like to give people compliments for things that I've seen. So yeah, I actually was pushing the shopping cart really far back to the little cage, and the guy who walked by me, I was like, "Let me grab your cart." He's like, oh, "Okay, thanks," and I put it back. And then he looked back and said, "Like, your parents raised you well." And then he walked in the store. I never saw him again. I'm like, hell yeah, exactly. My parents did raise me well. They taught me to be polite and to help people when I can, right? So those are really good ones, right? Yeah, that's called pay it forward, Lynette. If you haven't heard, I was reading this article about how they were doing the whole pay it forward thing at a bridge toll and at Starbucks. And sometimes I've heard like they've had it go like 40 or 50 cars in a row, where the car drives up and says, "Oh, your drink is free because the people in front of you paid." And they go like, "Well, let me pay for the people behind me." And they'll have these, every occasionally you'll have this super long streak, right? Because everybody's like, "Hey, that's cool. Let me pay for the person in front of behind me too," right? And just you see that one thing we have to want to remember, that Americans are actually very generous. When push comes to shove, face to face, they're very generous people as a culture, and I think that's true. And sometimes we see that as well. So let's be sincere in our compliments. So what are the 4 ways you do that? First of all, you want to compliment character, your personality trait. You're loyal, you're smart, you're honest, you're reliable, whatever personality traits, right? Something related to your character. Compliment achievement. Does everyone know to compliment the big ones, like if you graduate from college or you get married? Yeah. So what are we talking about here? Compliment the little achievements, right? Does everybody see that? Like, if you attended today's Zoom meeting, that's going to go potentially until 12:55, but I'm sure we'll finish much earlier than that, right? Guess what I would do to myself as a student? I would give myself a pat on the back for doing it, right? Does everybody see that? That's an achievement. You went through the entire Zoom meeting, right? And then now you got to do it 4 more times to make the bigger achievement, right? So like, notice the little things in life, right? Notice the little things in life that people achieve and accomplish, and they will love you because that it's a skill to compliment them on that. Does anybody want to give me an example of something that they can, somebody that they live with, for example, that you can compliment something that is tiny, but you think that they're actually achieving, right? Maybe they're picking up their underwear better, and not cluttering the house less, or they losing the remote control less, or they're making a better effort to, park better. Or here's a little one too. I was looking at my phone health and wellness check, right? I don't know if I mentioned this on Monday, but it tells me every day how much my screen on my phone is on, and then gives me a weekly average. So for the last 21 days, my phone was like 1 hour and 24 minutes on per day over 3 weeks. Mostly to text message, and then it tells you you're using which apps you use the most. So it's pretty much not social media. It's all internet browsing, reading the news. I have a bunch of digital subscriptions, and then pretty much text messaging people. So there you go. And so I would tell you, hey, that's an achievement. to keep my phone use not like too crazy, right? So I don't know if it was this class, but I asked a bunch of my students in the other class how much they were averaging, and they all checked, and a lot of people were saying 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours. I don't know what, I forget what it's called on Apple, but there's also, it's built into the iPhone as well, but you can check it just so you know. And if you can improve and little bits of achievement, give yourself a compliment for that. I'll give you a good example too, what I did for law school. So like almost every night in law school, I would stack my textbooks that I read like that, like this big, right? And at the bottom, I would put a notice of paper that says, "You deserve a beer." So as I did my homework and then I reached the bottom and I was done, I would pick up the paper and say, "I deserve a beer." That's right. Just a quick little compliment for a little achievement. I got through my daily task. I do not take that for granted. Because if you get through your daily task daily, what happens? You'll get all your dreams will come true. All the big things, the money, all these things will come your way, right? If you can just be consistent on a daily effort level, right? Think about how, that's a good way. You should always make goals and then break up your goals into little goals. And then you focus on all the little goals. And if you do all the little goals, it makes up for the big goal. I'll give you a good example. You want to finish this class. That's the big goal. How do you break that into little goals? You want to pass the class, get your credits, transfer, right? How do you break up in that into little goals? Yeah, you make every assignment a goal. Exactly. And if you can accomplish all the little goals, that will get you to the big goal. And that's what it really is, right? Does everybody see that? So, or I might say, I want to lose 20 pounds. Well, so every day I got to make little goals: eat healthy, exercise, sleep well, right? Every day. And every day I try and check mark those 3 things. But if I do that consistently on a daily level, I'll get to my big picture goals, right? So that's really, so you want to make an aim, create a goal. Like the woman I said, I'm going to marry a tech billionaire, right? And then she figured out all the little goals. How do you network with these people? Get in with the crowds, mishmash with them, get invited to certain events. Yeah. Okay. I actually remember she went to Burning Man on this guy's private jet. And I was like, okay, I drove there in a big ass truck hauling all this crap. It was super hard. And I'm like, she did it in style. I was like, I was like, there's some merit to her goal setting there. So, okay. Number 3 is compliment effort. Why is effort awesome? It's really awesome because why? Has nothing to do with results. Does everybody see that one? You're going to fail a lot in life. You are not going to achieve what you want to achieve, but you can still do what? Compliment the effort. Does everybody see that? I like to call this one your hustle. I meet students. I'm like, man, I really, really love your hustle, right? I can tell you're getting a good grade in class, but I can see that you're just like, you have initiative. You're doing more than you're required. And then you're even helping some of your classmates, right? Does everybody see that? So I really, really like this one because sometimes, like, for example, I'm hiring, right? One person out of like 40. You have to say no to 39. That's tough. So what do I say to the 39 that don't get the job a lot? But let's say I really, really liked you. I'm going to mention that you didn't get the job, but I loved your hustle. Right? What do you call it if you have like a second job, right? A second hustle? Right now, a gig? No, I forgot. A second. I was like, oh man, there's some expression for that. No, kind of quite hitting it, but there you go. So compliment effort. I love that one. Children often do not succeed, so I compliment their effort. Right? My son was playing soccer, like kicks the ball like 80 yards out of bounds, chases it, kicks it again out of bounds. Instead of saying, "Hey, dumb shit, get on the field," I was like, complimenting his effort. Way to kick the ball hard, and then way to run super hard after the ball, right? Even though it's totally in the wrong direction. Right? That doesn't matter. You compliment. It's not about the results. It's about the effort. And then last but not least, let's compliment the invisible. What? How do you compliment something you can't see? Does anybody understand this one? How do you compliment something you can't see? Well, it's not that you can't see it. You maybe don't want to see it. that makes sense. What should you bring me? I'm doing my job, but if you want to compliment me, what can you bring to me? Bring to the teacher to show appreciation. Do you all know that? What do you bring to the teacher to show appreciation? This is like old school stuff. Yes, an apple. There you go, right? It's just to say, thank you, teacher, for being the teacher. You are not invisible to me. I know you're doing your job, but I still want to say thank you. I'm going to give you a compliment, right? Who else are the people who are in our lives but are invisible to us, but make our lives go? And we should compliment them, right? Think of all the people. Yeah. Who else? Don't just compliment mom and dad on Mother's Day, Father's Day, and their birthday, right? I honestly want to show compliments to my parents every day of my life. Yeah, especially any brothers and sisters that helped me, any bosses, coaches, teachers that have helped me, mentor me. How about police officers? How about veterans? How about firefighters? All the people, we don't really see them until we need them, huh? But they're out there doing frontline health workers, all the essential workers, grocery workers, right? There's a sign in our grocery that says heroes work here. And I totally agree with that, man. You're a hero for going to work during COVID-19 because you're at risk. I work at home. I'm super safe in relative comparison there, right? So there you go. So one thing I want to do over the weekend, everybody in the class, everyone, find someone you appreciate and show thanks. Give your mom or dad a hug. And if they go like, what was that for? You just say like, I really appreciate everything you do for me. Or your friend or your sibling or your coach or teacher or anybody that you think has done something to bump your life in the positive directions, right? There you go. I'm serious about it. And do you think people love you for noticing the invisible, right? The things you take for granted, the things you only miss once they are gone. Think about how you are going to be a better person for that. I mean, I'm serious. This is one thing in your life that you can easily control that I think will, and you know what happens when you make other people happy? You sleep well at night. You sleep really well at night. Your mind has like soulful, peaceful, like you're like, I have a purpose. Other people are happy because I said something nice to them today, right? So just anybody. Yeah, how many of us know the power of the words? Have noticed that like somebody says nice something to us in the morning, make our whole day. Somebody starts off our day with an argument, like road rage, ruins the whole damn day, huh? It's unbelievable. I've really seen how that happens. So I'm like, gosh, think about if you can make someone's whole day awesome by just starting it off with a nice little compliment, right? Okay. So, so be verbally and non-verbally complimentary people's character, their little achievements, any effort that they make, and then, the invisible, the things that you don't always notice and appreciate, but you would if they were gone or missing. And make sure that person knows that you appreciate them and you want to compliment them, right? And I said, I try not to don't just say thanks, show thanks. Does everybody see kind of the difference there, right? Words are simple, huh? Thank you. I'm big about showing thanks in some way, right? In a way that there's a gesture or an act that the person can kind of acknowledge as showing thanks more than just some token words of thank you, right? So there you go. Okay. A nice tip, right? That might be a good one. I always tip in cash, by the way. I tip in cash. Why? I always make sure I have cash with me when I'm eating out, because if you do it on the credit card, the government takes the taxes and it's like a bunch of little things. So I'm big about cash for tipping people. So I think that should be one of the benefits of working in the service industry, right? That you get cash tips, because cash, you generally, unless you report the income, you don't have to pay the taxes on it. So, okay. Can we all think of somebody now, right? You don't have to remember, they're just people who serve some role in our society that's important for it to work, and you're going to compliment them for that. So touching others. I also like cash because I can tip people with it as well easily. I'll give you a good story. We used to have a Great America season pass Because I think when you have kids, it's a great deal. And right before Halloween haunt, I would actually bring $5 bills and tip all the ride workers. And they were so tripped out, like they couldn't understand what I was doing. They're like, "No, sir, this ride doesn't require a payment." Like, no, I'm like, no, put it in your pocket. It's for you. And other people were like, "Oh, that's fucking cool." And then does everybody see that? It's not even that the $5 means that much, honestly. But what do you think happens when a bunch of employees get that? I just think that they feel like their job is like better, right? And it was worth it besides just the paycheck. And that's why, honestly, because I'm very appreciative that if all the people don't work at Great America, then I don't get value out of my season pass, right? And taking my kids there and doing all like the Snoopy rides and everything like that. Yeah, it's really funny. Some are super psyched, some are really confused. Like they really don't understand what I'm trying to do. Like they think I'm trying to bribe them or something. And I'm like, no. I've noticed that like when like a seasonal job ends, I just try to do something that kind of like shows a little bit of appreciation in some way. And I'm always trying to do it in a way that's a little more memorable too. So yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the last one, which is touching. And this is that physical intimacy is important. Aristotle said humans are social creatures. We need to be around other people. So touching each other is actually important to feel human and to feel belonging and have some intimacy. So haptics is actually the study of physical touch, haptics. So like, are you touchy? Depends on your culture and your personality, right? And then like, how can you measure haptics? How to measure this? Well, good way is look at the way the culture greets each other. What do Americans do when we greet each other? You can see it in the picture there. Before COVID, we would shake hands. So is there touching involved with that? Yeah. Has anybody been to Asia where you bow and there is no touching, right? And then anybody been to France or parts of like South America where every time you greet each other, there is a hug and cheek kissing. Does everybody see that? So you can kind of look at how the culture greets each other, how much touchiness there is. Does that make sense? It's a quick way to kind of learn, right? So Americans, we touch a little bit. We keep arm's distance. Asians and Middle Easterners, like bow, keep distance, don't even touch at all. And the other cultures are like super touchy, right? And there you go. So that's an example of haptics. And remember, it's a very powerful channel. It's really easy to remember when you hold hands with somebody or you touch their thigh or you're able to hold them around the hip or hug them or something, right? It's very, very powerful. And then health.com in January 5th, 2011 says touching makes you healthier. So people who touch regularly were more healthy. It kind of makes sense, huh? You have more social relationships, probably. You have more intimacy, probably. You're not like the lonely cat lady who has nobody to touch, so you have 50 cats. And that's actually kind of true later on in life. You will see that actually is true because people need touch. That's what you realize, right? If they can't get the human touch, they'll kind of try and figure out alternative ways to do that. So, okay. And then remember the phrase, let's keep in touch, which doesn't actually mean let's touch each other. It means let's keep communication going, right? Let's keep in touch. So there you go. So I was raised by parents. I was raised not too touchy, especially by my mom. What does the research say, though, for young children? Touch is good. So what did I do with my children? I'm not as touchy as some other parents. I've seen some parents, like when you drop their kids off at school, they like say goodbye, like they're never going to see each other again, right? But so what do I do better than my mom with my kids? Like when I drop them off at school? I'm more touchy, but not like super touchy still yet. There you go. Right. I'm trying, is there, because the research says it's good. So even though I was not raised that way, I try to be more touchy. I actually need to spend more time with my wife, holding her hand, and because we've just been so busy and we're always running around. It's been really hard to, we've literally had no alone time at all. Like, whatever, but that's just life. So there you go. So there you go. So in your life, let's, learn how to give sincere compliments, and then let's be more touchy. Let's be more touchy, right? I would say I would be a good example. Like I'm a bro hugger. Does everybody know what that means? With my guy friends, I generally greet them with not super too tight of a hug, but a little slap on the back, hold the hand, the fist, shake it, and then not really get too close, but like, there you go. And I do like, I think it's better than shaking hands or just talking to each other, saying goodnight. I just, because I believe in touch. So there you go. Any questions? That's 1.6. The role of public speaking in a democracy. So first of all, the First Amendment in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution says we have expression. It's actually versus the government, not private individuals. So I'll give you a good example. Let's say I use the N-word and you're offended, right? Do I have the ability to say that word? Does anybody know? Like legally, do I have a First Amendment right to say that word? It's very offensive to some people. Okay. The government cannot make that word illegal. That's what your First Amendment right means. But you can still be judged by people for saying that word. You could get fired from your job for saying that word, because your job, as long as it's not by the government, right? If you work for a private individual or corporation, they can fire you. But if you work for the government, then that's a little more tricky. So your First Amendment rights are actually against the government, not private individuals. So you cannot sue your school for saying, I can't wear my Ku Klux Klan hood. Does everybody see that? That is not a protected form of expression. Okay, so yeah, so there you go. So we want people to express themselves in a democracy. You have a constitutional right, though, to do that. And expression means voting, protest, assembly, where you want to go, and association. You're allowed to be around certain people. Yeah. Then we're allowed to have debate, discussion, and we have something called the marketplace of ideas. So we're in this country, we're allowed to debate issues. Should we wear masks or not? In other countries, like in the dictatorships, it's wear a mask or get shot, right? So it's like you have no choice. I don't know if you saw what China's doing. They're super cracking down on dissidents right now. Super duper cracking down. There's a guy named Jack Ma. He's a Chinese billionaire, and he started criticizing the government. He's kind of disappeared. And a lot of people think that like they're putting him in jail, because even though he's like the richest, most powerful China guy in China, because he said some things that they're not cool with, and the communists they're pretty hardcore there. Did you see the lawyer who revealed that COVID-19 was coming out of Wuhan? It was a lawyer in China. She got 18 years in jail for doing that. They charged her with like disrupting the peace, 18 years in prison. She drove 900 miles from Beijing to Wuhan, and then when it got shut down, she was there and then putting out stuff on social media about what was happening. And then, yeah, so now her punishment is 18 years in prison. Just to give you an idea of like, you can do that in America and nobody sends you to prison, right? Some people think you're a hero. Just to really give you a contrast of how different like America is versus many other places in the world. And we can have discussion, and women are allowed to participate, right? Like when other countries, they're not even allowed to participate. And then we have something called the marketplace of ideas. So the marketplace of ideas is this concept. This is why we don't censor racism. We have like the KKK, right? The idea is every idea gets thrown in the marketplace, and the marketplace will reject the bad ones and embrace the good ones. And that's why we don't censor what goes into the marketplace. If you want to have a racist organization like the Ku Klux Klan, you're allowed to exist in America, right? But the idea is that when you throw the KKK's ideas out there, most Americans reject them, right? So that's the idea of the marketplace ideas, and what we have is the idea, the philosophy we have behind the First Amendment. And that's why you can say critical things. You can say racist things. You can say, you can swear and curse, because you have the government can't restrict your expression unless in very limited circumstances. And then informed voting matters. So do your research and learn about who should you vote for, and what propositions should you support? What rules should we support, right? I'll give you a good example. You may get to vote soon on getting rid of student loans. I mean, I probably assume I know what your answer is here, right? Or who's going to hear vote yes on that if you get the chance to over the next 4 years? Like all college tuition is going to be free or something like that, right? Or all community college is going to at least be free or something like that. Is anybody here going to vote yes on that? Yeah, I hope so, right? And you want to think about, like, does that make sense? Does that make sense, right? What's the only thing I personally want if we're going to do free tuition? I got to have this though if I'm going to have it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, what's my biggest worry about free college? This might be a speech topic that you want to choose for this class, by the way. What's the biggest concern about free tuition? It's not a tax hike. No, that's not the biggest concern. We can probably pay for it. So what's my biggest concern? Yeah, how do they take advantage? Well, I want this. If you don't graduate, what do I want? Because your tuition was free. If you don't graduate, you have to pay it back. Does everybody see that? That's what I want. I want some guarantee that the free tuition gets you somewhere, that you don't just, waste all the tuition, but don't actually graduate and just take lots of classes and fail. Or does everybody see that? I just think you got to have something that says, okay, if you're going to get all this free, well, if you don't finish it, then it's not free. But if you finish, it's free, right? Because if you don't finish, it doesn't necessarily get you what you want. Does everybody see that? So I think it's a very reasonable, like, safeguard to put in place, where we just say, hey, yeah, college tuition is going to be free, but you need to graduate, because if you don't graduate, then it's not free, right? Because then you just wasted the spaces, the time, the energy, and then you're not creating a degree, which then makes more money for everybody in America, and then we're not getting the results of the free tuition that we invested in you. So, okay, and then USA, understand, share, and agree. So generally understand what's going on, share that information, and see if we can get people to agree, right? Like, I would tell people, like parents, like, hey, you don't have college student loans. I do, or we do. And this is why I want you to vote to help us with that, because do you all see that? Type in millennials not having sex, and you'll find all these studies that show that it's totally true. It's really bad. Apparently my 80-year-old parents have more sex than millennials do. And now, so the reason I bring this up is why this is happening. And guess one of the major contributing reasons why millennials are not having sex. There was one survey that said, like, 1/4 of all millennial boys or men were virgins in 2019 or something like that. Like 1/4 of all the millennial men had no sex for that year. Just to give you an idea, right? That was like one number we got. Does anybody know why? Yeah, social media is one. Technology is one. Online dating is terrible, by the way. Millennials try to do lots of online dating. But one of the biggest reasons was student debt loan. They go to college and they have tremendous debt, and then they graduate, can't find a job, they live with their parents, and then you can't date, because if you live with your parents, you don't have a private place to have sex, right? Like, think about, where do you go? And they're like, yeah, they're the student. One of the contributing factors to this is it's just like this huge burden that you graduate from college with if you're a millennial nowadays. And here's the number that's really depressing. Average student loan debt in America, $32,731. Here's a $32K per student average. So just so you know, the average student in America owes $32,000 in student debt. Now you see, does everybody see what I'm talking about? This ain't it's kind of messed up what we're doing to that generation who graduates from college and then just is kind of like stuck, right? And that's causing this massive, and the side effect that is, one of the side effects of that is the lack of sex, which is actually not, is unhealthy, by the way. So, and anyhow, understand the problem, share it, and let's see if we agree on what we can do about it. Anybody else want to know what else the contributing factors are to millennials not having sex? There's too much porn. Because self-sex doesn't count. So if you're having sex with yourself, that doesn't count towards sexual intercourse. So a lot of people have self-sex, right? And one of the things that contributes to that is all the pornography. There's porn everywhere. When I was a kid, there was no porn anywhere. But because the internet, it's everywhere, available to anybody. I was reading that 50% of high school students with a smartphone had a porn app on their phone. I was like, damn. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because that's what a smartphone gives you the ability to do, right? Okay. Chapter 2. Let's give yourselves permission. So you're going to need your book, or I'll use my book right here. And we're going to talk about 2.1. How do you feel about public speaking? Hopefully you love it. Or by the end of the class, you'll love it. And 2.2, we'll talk about speaker apprehension and the self-appraisal scale. So apprehension means you're nervous or have anxiety. Like you're arresting yourself with, like, being apprehended. The cops apprehended the individual. So literally think about how you're being caught by the police and you're freaked out about that. And that's speaker apprehension. So we're going to help fix you with that. And then number 3, 2.3 is speaker apprehension, self-appraisal ranking. So you can kind of do a little test and see where you're ranked to give you an idea. And if you do the score here out of your book in chapter 2 on page, it's actually page 23 and 24. You can see that if you score 10 to 20, then you're pretty comfortable as a public speaker. If you score 30 or 40, you're tolerant to it, which means you'll do it, but you don't really love it, or you're not comfortable. But 40 to 50 is you're in the right place. I'm going to help you reduce that score. So there you go. So 2.4, let's give ourselves permission to make mistakes. So the first thing you should know is that mistakes help you learn, help you grow wise. So did you know that Native Americans, they never told their children to be careful of the fire? Why? They literally, culturally, because back in the day you had a fire all the time to cook, to create warmth, right? Because it's like the 300 years ago. So why do they never warn kids about the fire? They found that, the best way to learn that fire is dangerous is to burn yourself. And then you'll never do that mistake again. Yeah. They just found that if you tell kids, they don't listen. And then they burn themselves anyhow, right? So now they just found they were like, there are some things that you have to just experience yourself and learn your lesson. And it doesn't matter if you read a book or your parents told you, right? Just, you're stubborn, you wanted to do it your own way, you were curious, right? And so there you go. So yeah, I'm learning the philosophy, and I try to do this really well with my children now, because I used to maybe get mad when they made mistakes, but now I try to really just encourage them. And so they help you learn, help you grow wise, right? So how many of us think that you should date and make some mistakes and then just learn from them, right? Because you can't really gain that from a book or watching a dating show or watching YouTube videos, right? So yeah, and then everyone makes mistakes, everyone. Smart people and not smart people. But what separates the smart people and the not smart people when it comes to mistakes? Yeah, exactly. Not smart people will do the same thing over and over and over. And that's actually like the definition of insanity, right? To do something over and over, but expect a different result. So yeah, this is a mistake. Stop making the same mistake over and over and over. Learn from it. Yeah. So can we think of some examples of some mistakes that we've made that we've learned from? So the first time you crash your car, I think you'll never forget that. It's pretty traumatic, and hopefully nobody gets injured. But you realize that, guess what? Everybody crashes. Nobody literally drives a car without crashing in some way. And then sometimes it's not your fault, right? Somebody else crashes into you. So everyone makes mistakes. It's cool. Yeah, but just try and learn from them. And then what's even better than learning from your own mistakes? Learn from others' mistakes. So read history. Don't invade Afghanistan. No empire has ever invaded and succeeded, including the Russians and now us. We've been there since December 2001. 19 years we've been in Afghanistan. Or learn from your, here's the good one thing. Ask, like if your parents are around tonight, ask your mom or dad biggest mistake they've ever made in their life, so you can learn from it. So I remember my dad went on a business trip. I was like 15 and he went to Las Vegas and he came back and I was talking to him like later on and we were like drinking because sometimes I drank with my dad. Like a good way to learn alcohol, right? When you're around with your dad, like you're 15, 16, he's kind of, teaching you about the alcohol. And he's kind of drunk and he tells me like, oh, I met this woman in Vegas on the business trip. I think I literally almost did something bad, son. And I remembered your mom and the family, and I kind of like made the right decision. I was like, shit, dad, are you telling me that you almost cheated on mom and like fucked up the family? I was like, damn. I was surprised he admitted that to me, right? And just that tells me your dad is human. And then it taught me, even if I'm happily married in my future, I could be in just the wrong circumstance at the wrong time and make the wrong decision, right? And so does everybody see that? Like, I think that's a really good one. Because most people, they don't want to share their mistakes. Why? They're humiliating. And they don't want to be judged. So this one, it's hard to find people who are willing to tell you their big mistakes. Does that make sense? Where you could be like, wow, yeah, that's a good one. I want to learn from that, not do that one, right? So there you go. So let's go to permission list. It's on page 26. So if you go to number 1, it says, I give myself permission to express myself. And the answer is yes, no, or unsure. And my answer is yes. Yeah, I want to express myself. I'm cool with how I wear, what jewelry or tattoos that I have, my haircut, where I go, who I associate with, what religion I express, and also in how I vote and how what I like in art or music or food tastes. Yeah, I want to express myself. I'm cool with that. Yeah. Number 2, I give myself permission to stand up in front of others. So yeah, answer is yes. I'm going to do that right now. And it's okay to stand up and be noticed and have the attention on me. And yeah, it's okay to stand up in front of others. Cool. Number 3, I give myself permission to ask others to listen to me. Yeah, yes, right? What do people give you when they listen to you? Has anybody ever thought about that? What are you giving me by listening to me? Attention. Yeah, I like that one. What else though? Time. Yeah. And Alexandra, what do we say about time in America? Time is money. So when people give me their time and their attention, I like treat it like they're giving me money. And that's why I really try to make sure that it's valuable to them to listen to me, and they're richer in life or perspective for having listened to me or experienced that time with me. So yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I really think that when people give you their attention and their time and they listen to you, it's super valuable. So I try not to disrespect that. Number 4, I give myself permission to experience something new. Yeah. Answer is yes. Why? What happens if you do things that are new? You're the new kid at school, first new person at work. You're moving to a new city to go to college. New is scary. So what happens when you say, I'm willing to do things that are new, meet new people, do new things, eat a different new food? Yeah. It means that you're willing to take on some risk. It means you have courage because you're willing to do something that's scary, right? Or you don't know what to expect. Does everybody see that? I went to a New Year's party. What wasn't really a New Year's party. There was only 2 families there. But I didn't know anybody really there at all. I just went with my wife because it was her friends. It was her girlfriend's party. And but you know, she knows that I'm cool with going into something that's new and having a new experience. And I actually was super tired, like super tired. But we went from 6 to like 10:30, and she was like, I was really impressed about how long you lasted before you were like, let's go home, right? And I was like, yeah, because I'm okay with things that are new, right? I'm okay with generally things that are new. The food was a little new. The people were new. All the drinking was new. I actually I got like a $500 bottle of champagne though. It's from 1984, or sorry, 1984. It's French, and it came in the most fancy box. It actually didn't open with the lid. It twirled inside. I didn't anyhow. I heard about it and thought it'd be a good gift to bring to New Year's Eve party. So yeah, so we drank it. It was cool. They were all like, "That was super cool," just because we've never had a bottle of champagne like that. I was like, "Yeah." I actually got it. Like, I think last New Year's, but we didn't end up opening it, so I saved it for another year. So yeah. Okay. So number 5, I give myself permission to feel uncomfortable. Yeah, because you're going to be doing things that are new, and public speaking can have some anxiety, and it can be uncomfortable. Guess what is what I think this is a great survival skill. Learn to be comfy while uncomfortable. Does everybody get that? Like, I think this is a great skill. Learn to be comfortable while you're uncomfortable. So like, my example of that is you're stuck somewhere you don't really want to be. Like maybe someone's giving you a ride and they have to run a couple errands before they can get you where you want to be. So you have no choice to be stuck there. And you're just like, this is kind of uncomfortable, but I don't really have a choice. So you just figure out how to make it comfortable. So my famous quote for this is, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. I'm a big believer in that, right? Also kind of ties into having a good attitude. If life gives you a bunch of lemons, which are sour and not that useful, although you can do a couple things with lemons, lemon bars, lemon cake, you just make lemonade. Does everybody get that philosophy, right? You make the best of whatever situation or circumstance you're in 100% of the time. And I think you'll be really happy with life if you can do that, by the way. Right? Whatever circumstances you are, you just go with the flow and make the best of that particular situation. So there you go. Okay. Number 6, I give myself permission to speak in front of others. Yeah. So, speak now. Say what you want to say, especially in the form of some of your speeches. But maybe it's something like you really, really need to say this to your mom or dad. One of the things I actually had a speech with them when I was when I was choosing college. I actually told them, Mom and Dad, I need to get the hell away from you. And Susie died, and that was sucked. And I kind of just need to go out and live life on my own and kind of and heal and mourn. And I want to just see the world. And so I need some money, but I don't really want you following me. And then my mom and dad actually were like, okay, they were totally cool with that, because they kind of I think they kind of understand that you should let your children go and see the world and go to school on the East Coast, and be really far away. Like if you get sick, I can't call mom and for help when you're 3,000 miles away from home, right? It's like, there's a level of independence there. So, okay. So yeah, I'm going to be uncomfortable. I'm going to do things that are new, but I'm going to speak in front of others. Number 7, I give myself permission not to be perfect. Yeah. Cause I'm going to make mistakes. Is anybody here perfectionist at all? I am, or I can be with certain things. I noticed that. So I have to kind of chill with that a little bit. I'm a Virgo, and I'm anal retentive too. So it all kind of aligns: perfectionism, anal retentiveness, Virgo birth sign. So yeah. But I've learned to be more non-perfectionist towards myself and the people around me. Like sometimes I want my children to be perfect, like do this perfectly. And that's not a good expectation on children, I don't think so. So you got to temper that down. Number 8, I give myself permission to make mistakes. Yeah, yes, yeah. Just I'm going to make mistakes, but what do I want to make sure doesn't happen? Don't repeat them, right? So it's okay to make them once, but not twice. Don't make the same mistake more than once. But it's okay to make the mistakes, even some big ones. I think sometimes you're going to make a catastrophic mistake in your personal relationship. So I had this. This is, by the way, why you shouldn't Facebook with your old love lives. But anyhow, so there's a woman that I met in law school, and we're Facebook friends. And she's married with children, and I'm married with children. But we were having some Facebook connection sometimes, and we were talking. And one time we were texting each other, and we somehow the topic came up like, what would our kids have looked like? And so we were like kind of doing it. And then I stopped. I was like, no, this is all fucked up. Like, this is bad. We got to stop this. Like, we just got to stop because. And then she basically even told me like, if you had asked me to marry me, I would have said yes. And I was like, fuck. So I don't know if you see what I'm saying. Like it was just going somewhere where this was going to be trouble for our current marriages. So I just kind of said, yeah, like it's okay to make this mistake once, but I'm going to end it here and not let it continue. Does that make sense? Right? Like it's okay so just, you can make every mistake, just don't repeat them. And then make sure you learn from them. And then number 9, I give myself permission to try new speaking skills. Yeah, I want to be more funny. I want to be more or organized. I want to have better eye contact. I want to be able to like use my voice, like high pitched tone of voice to low tone of voice to like, like Charlie, you bit my finger, right? To like, get to the chopper. So just using, what speaking skills do I want to learn? Yeah. And then number 10, I give myself permission to improve my speaking. Absolutely. Yeah. More I do, the better I get. And you're going to see that's, I actually guarantee students that you'll be better at public speaking by the end of the course. And I have had some students tell me like, when you first said that in class, I was like, you're full of shit. And then in the class, they were like, yeah, no, I actually, he's totally right. And it's nothing to do with me, right? It's just understanding that if you do the speeches, the experience will help you be better, period. So that's why I guarantee that. So if you do the actual speeches, you will improve your public speaking a lot. And then number 11, I give myself permission to not know all the answers. Yeah, because I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to be uncomfortable. I'm going to be doing things that are new. So yeah, I don't know all the answers. Okay. So job interview, real life situation, timeout. What happens? You're in a job interview. They ask you a question. You don't know the answer. What do you say? What do you do? Okay, Kayla, that's a really good answer, but not everyone can see it. But Kayla said, can I get back to it later? Yes, that's what you want to do. Do not say, I do not know. Then you will probably not get the job. Do not BS, because you will get caught showing that you do not know. Yeah, so what I do is let me find the answer and get back to you. And then when I leave the job interview, what do I do before I leave the job interview? I get an email. So I can actually contact the person with the answer. Then I go find the answer, and then I email the answer to them. Does everybody see how that's the best thing to do when you don't know the answer to a question? Do not admit you do not know and that you were not prepared. Just say, I will find the answer. And I'll be like, okay. But then the fact that you actually follow through is usually impressive. So there you go. Get the email, find the answer, and then actually follow through and find the answer, and then tell them I said I would during the interview, I would find it. Here it is, right? So, but generally speaking, you want to know the answer to every question you could get asked in an interview before you get asked. What are you worth? What's one of your weaknesses? Tell me about why do you see yourself in 10 years? Can I give you another clue about that one, by the way? What do you say when they ask yourself a question at a job? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Because I've seen some people that catastrophically fail this answer. What do you say when that company asks you, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Yeah, exactly. Your answer is, I have your job. Something like that, right? Because you understand what happens? The trick question here. What happens if you say like, oh, I'm going to be rich and successful. I'm going to be a millionaire, right? Basically, you're basically saying, I'm just using this as a stepping stone to something else, right? You want to have your 10-year vision be like, I got this job 10 years ago, and I've been working here kicking ass. Does everybody see that? That's the answer you always want to say. Incorporate the company, the job you want now into your 10-year vision. Okay. Number 12, I give myself permission to teach others. Yeah, you're going to do speeches and teach people about the solar system, or how to blend a better smoothie, or how not to get stalked, or how to pass a job interview, or how, why do masks stop COVID-19, et cetera, et cetera. Number 13, I give myself permission to persuade others. Yeah, persuade people, to support me, persuade me people to hire me, persuade people that we should fight climate change, persuade people that we should, destroy the rape culture. I have a 9-year-old daughter. I do not want her growing up in rape culture. And I'll give you a good example of what I mean by the rape culture. This is a very sad number. What is the sexual assault statistics in college? Yeah, okay, so 19% to 27% of all women in college are sexually assaulted. So my daughter, just doing math, has a 1/4 risk of being raped while she goes to college. Fuck that. I am not sending her to college in America. No. As a father, no fucking way. Right? I mean, think about that. Why would I want to do that? That number is terrible. So I'd like to persuade you that we should change the rape culture in this country. And one of the things that means is making that number go down to zero, to zero, right? How would we do that? I don't know. I've always thought about castration for rapists. No death penalty. Just cut off their pecker. Rape a woman, rape a man, rape a child. You get castrated. You won't rape again. You won't even have the sexual drive anymore to rape. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have the Eighth Amendment. Does anybody know what the Eighth Amendment is? Anybody know? Anybody know their criminal law, criminal procedure, or their Bill of Rights? What's the Eighth Amendment? You could Google it too. It's the prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. And castration has been ruled cruel and unusual punishment. So the Constitution basically forbids that solution. But I don't know about you, but I'm pretty much yeah, I think we should just castrate them. I really think we should do that. 100% solution. And all the rapists who rape again, they get fixed, right? So you'd only have first-time rapists. So, okay. That 19 to 27% number is revolting to me. So, like I said, my daughter should go to college in Korea or Japan or in Europe if we don't change that. I'm serious about that, by the way. Or she'll get a gun, and she's taking the dog, and she'll get some mace and and some pepper spray, and we'll talk about who to date and who to be aware. Does anybody know, by the way, who rapes? It's kind of interesting. It's not strangers. It's pretty much usually someone you know. Yeah, it's not a stranger who comes in your room in the middle of the night with a mask, right? It's usually someone you know. So that's what I'm talking about, right? I think that's something that I'm going to teach my daughter that, right? And my son. That's not going to be some stranger who comes, prowling in the middle of the night. It's most of the time someone you know. Actually, and guess also murder victims, same thing. Most of them know the shooter before they die to you. So you're not murdered by strangers as much as you're usually murdered by someone you know. So very well, unfortunately. Okay. So 14, I give myself permission to let others have their opinions. Yeah. you know what, you think you want to float your boat that way, I'm cool with that, right? I let other people have their opinions. That's why I'm okay where some of my friends voted for President Trump. I really disagree with that opinion, but it's not a deal breaker to me, right? Because I let people have their own opinions. Generally, as long as it doesn't really lead to conflict with me, like, and you're following the laws, I'm pretty respectful of you. I get that, right? Like, if you want to, I don't really, do certain things, but other people do. I don't try not to judge them again. Like, just like I talked about not judging the way you make money in the world. Um, yeah, let other people have their opinions. Yeah, let other people have their opinions. I can agree to disagree with people. When you're young, you think everybody has to be like the cool people, huh? That's why you feel all that peer pressure. But I think the older you get, you realize, like, let you be you and I be me. Everyone's unique and individual, and as you get older, you really figure that out. You don't care what other people think of you. The older you get, you totally don't care. When you're young, you care a lot. Number 15 is I give myself permission not to seek the approval of others. Yeah. Does anybody here need someone's approval? Like, do you need someone's approval before you choose which college you go to? Or does anybody here need someone's approval before they choose who to marry? Like, are you going to need your mom and dad's approval? And it's interesting. And I would just generally say it's nice to have, but it's not necessary. Does that make sense? Right? You don't need it, but a lot of us want it. So there you go, right? But I would generally tell you, like, hey, if you want to get your ears pierced, you don't need someone's approval. You want to live in this city, you don't need someone's approval. You want to go work in that career, go make your dreams come true. You don't need someone's approval. You know how many people have made their dreams come true, but originally everyone told them you're crazy or that's impossible, right? And just so definitely don't let people like tell you that you can't achieve what you want to achieve, because it's, from a lot of perspectives, it's very possible. And you all are young enough to actually take advantage of that. If you get that, right? You're growing up in a society where women can do more, gay people can do more. You don't have to do this religion. You don't have to be like that to fit in anymore. It's a lot more progressive and open-minded, and it'll only get more and more like that. And then number 16, I give myself permission to enjoy my time speaking in public. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I actually really, really enjoy public speaking. I take advantage of most of the opportunities I get. And I usually get a lot of compliments from people afterwards saying, like, that was really, really good. I remember I've done some TV interviews, and then later on they told me, like, we actually are going to put you in our in the edited version. And just to let you know, we interviewed like 500 people. We actually thought your interview was the best one. I've actually had that one told to me a couple times. I was like, oh, thank you very much. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know, I think it's because I'm pretty good at public speaking, and so that helps a lot, I bet. And then finally, or not finally, number 17, I give myself permission to like my voice and my body. Yeah, you have to be comfortable with who you are if you want to have confidence and self-esteem. So yeah, like your voice and your body, right? My wife once asked me for $10,000, and I was like, why? She's like, I want to get some plastic surgery. I was like, oh, no. I was like, you were perfect the way you are. And like, no, don't need it. Don't need to change it. Don't even go there. Like, what's making you the idea that you even need that, And so, yeah. So we've actually had that discussion, and she was like, okay, thanks for being so supportive the other way. And then I give myself permission to be gentle on myself. Yeah, because I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to be perfect. I'm going to be uncomfortable, and I'm going to have to do things that are scary and new. So yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be gentle on myself. I'm going to understand that sometimes things are a process. It takes many, many, many steps to get there. But if I keep on grinding, I will get there. Right? I will get there. I can't guarantee that if you grind in life and this and that, you'll be successful in the way that you want. But I can guarantee you, if you work hard on certain things like skills, where it's all about the time and effort and practice you put in, is get what you get out of it. So there you go. What would I? By the way, what's the job that I recommend right now? It makes really good money. Good money. They're hiring. Has great future. And don't need a BA, college degree. Does anybody know what I'm talking about at all? I haven't recommended it in this class. I'm about to. I'm serious. This is what I would do. My cousin He's like 22. I told him the same thing. No. Construction is really good. Plumbing is actually really, really good too, but it's hard. Plumbing is like giving up your soul, like hard backbreaking labor to earn good money. Construction is generally right now super, super good, but I've seen it where it's construction jobs are terrible because there's no building. Okay, that's a good one too. No, that one takes some specific, probably a college degree, maybe. Amazon's the big hire. I think the starting case salary was 110,000. You have to pilot something. It's a pilot job. 110K starting salary, not a driver. That's what they want to get rid of. All the Amazon delivery drivers. It's drone pilots. So the FAA just cleared the way for drone deliveries. So DoorDash, those guys are toast. Guess what's going to happen to every DoorDash driver in the future? Just like the Uber and Lyft drivers. The cars will go self-driving, autonomous, and all the human drivers will be gone. What's going to happen to all the DoorDash drivers you'll see here? We won't have cars delivering food anymore. What's going to be delivering the deliveries? It's pretty much drones. And who's going to deliver all the packages? Yep. UPS, they're all in the, think about how much more money you can save. Like there's so many advantages of drone delivery systems. So I actually, I'm part owner of a company. We make mobile drone landing platforms. So you're on a picnic on the top of some mountain. You want a pizza. You unfold your little drone landing platform, puts out a GPS locator signal, and the pizza delivery drone just finds where you are and delivers that pizza to you on the mountaintop so you can have your pizza in the middle of nowhere, right? Because you can unfold your mobile drone landing plan wherever you want. Well, there's interesting reasons why they don't want to do maybe AI stuff, pilots and stuff like that. Although that's probably the future in the end will be an AI pilot. Like that's way down the road. Yeah. So, I mean, think about how you can get everything delivered to you wherever you are using drones now. And the carbon pollution footprint will be tiny because drones can run on electricity. And what they've done is, because remember, the FAA it runs the air traffic. So what they're going to do is create drone areas in the air where drones are allowed to fly over, right? So they don't crash into planes, crash into each other. And that's all just recently been figured out. And if I show you, for example, I'm just going to ask Google again about Amazon drone pilot job. It's called Amazon Prime Air, is the company. They get paid. Oh wait, okay. So the entry level salary is $50,000-$60,000, but you don't need. All you need is a license that says you fly a drone. So the thing that I see people up here doing, it's called drinking and droning. So what they do is, so each miniature drone, the battery life is only about 10 minutes. So if you're going to practice flying a drone, you can only practice for 10 minutes and then that's a land, you have to swap out the battery. So what guys do is they drive like the top of a cool spot and they set up 2 chairs and they drink beer and practice flying drones. And then each one takes turns flying it. And then when the 10-minute one battery comes back, then you swap out the battery, recharge your other ones with your car because you can plug in the battery and charge up your drones, and then you keep practice flying. And basically, I'll give you a good example. All real estate, all the homes now are being bought on the internet because of COVID-19. So guess what everybody wants for their video of the house they're selling? I don't know if you noticed, but this is the new thing that everybody wants in their real estate listing. you have a drone fly over the property. So you get aerial shots of the backyard, the whole neighborhood. Yeah, and then like a 3D scan around the property. Does everybody see that? Because you can't visit the house because of COVID right now. So you have a drone take all these videos from different angles of the house. And then people love it because you can look like you go on a virtual tour that's got many, many angles and perspectives, right? Because yeah, and so like there's pretty much every real estate sale will have drone video involved, right? So think, and so to a drone pilot, you have to fly it very steady. Because remember, if you're watching a video, you don't want the drone moving around because you'll get all dizzy. So that's where the drinking and droning comes in, where you practice flying the drone, where you can, even though it's windy, you have to be really steady and make sure it doesn't crash into stuff. One of my friends is a drone pilot. They were filming something in downtown San Francisco for like the mayor or something, and their drone crashed into like the 10th story hotel, and it fell onto the little awning where there's like a little umbrella cover, but it was 4 stories up. So they had to go into the hotel and climb up to the 4th floor and then go out a window and then reach out and get the drone from the awning that it crashed onto. It was a hilarious story, because the hotel employees just really didn't know what to do. But they eventually let them, help them get their drone recovered. So, but yeah, if you've never if you're like, I'm telling you, if you have like a 13-year-old brother and he doesn't like school, buy him a drone and just tell him to fly the shit out of it and then get a job with Amazon or UPS or FedEx and everybody else who's going to be hiring them. Trust me, there's a huge future in it. And then if you didn't see, they also are pretty much sure that World War III will be fought with drones. Why risk humans, right? When you can just send in drones to drop bombs and launch missiles and everything like that. So I was reading this big article about how, the reason I get into it, because if you're interested in all the drone stuff I'm talking about, it might be a great informative speech topic. It might be a good story time topic. And it might be really, really good persuasive speech topic. But I was reading this thing about, so if World War III is going to be fought with drones, what I was looking into was all the anti-drone technology out there. It's pretty top secret. No one talks about it, but there's a lot of drone killers, right? Drones that only kill other drones, right? And like GPS signals that you can mix up so the drone gets lost and confused, and then flies off in the wrong direction, and just all these other little things they do. And then here's a trivia question: where do we have a lot of locally? Right in Santa Clara County. Where is there a ton of anti-drone technology? Like all of it, like all the brand new cutting edge anti-drone technology. It's actually right in Santa Clara County. Anybody want to guess where? Yeah, Josh, you got it. The Apple Spaceship Campus. They got really pissed that people kept flying drones over the Apple Spaceship Campus when they were building and developing and constructing it, and then doing flyover videos, and the people were getting lots of views. And so they put up an anti-drone force field. So apparently if you fly a drone over Apple Spaceship Campus, your drone goes crazy and like crash lands in the bay near Fremont. Yeah, and so like you need to go there and recover it if it's recoverable. So yeah, so I was reading about one of the article about the anti-drone technology said like Apple has been recently employing a lot of the anti-drone technology. So I was just like, yeah, I never thought about it. But it makes sense that they have it. The military has it all. So all right, back to the real world. So number 19, I give myself permission to be myself. Yeah, you are who you are. So be proud of who you are, and you are unique and special. And I'm here to help build your self-confidence and self-esteem to help you realize that. And then finally, number 20, I give myself permission to love myself. Yeah, you accept who you are. You're going to make mistakes. You're not perfect. You're gentle on yourself. You love your voice and your body, and you love yourself. And what's the famous saying? Before you can love other people, you must first love yourself. Yeah, right? Because how are you going to help other people in life and love other people if you've got issues with your own who you are and you don't love who you are, right? So there you go. Okay. 2.6, giving yourself permission to overcome your fear of public speaking. So there are 3 ways we stress out when speaking. We get physical sensations, right? Our heart beats fast. People turn bright red. They blush. I've seen people kind of get shakes, like they have to pee. Other people feel nauseous. Okay, cool. There are emotional responses. Yeah, people get angry. They get excited. They get scared or have anxiety. But here's the psychological response. This is the one I want to focus on. When humans feel stress of any sort, What does our mind do? This is the psychological response. This is important to know as a human being because you can understand how your brain works and how you think. Yeah. My daughter asked me a note. She says, can we open the pretzels? She spelled pretzels with the S instead of a Z though, so that's okay. She made a mistake, but that's okay, right? That's hard to know. So, but yeah, she can open the pretzels. Okay, so does anybody know what happens to our mind, our brain, when we feel stress of any sort? It literally is through evolution when dinosaurs chased us. When we would feel stress, which then creates adrenaline. It's called F or F. Yeah, fight or flight. Exactly. So every time we have stress, we either fight and want to eliminate that stress or combat it, or we run, hide, delay, and procrastinate. I'll give you a good example. School equals stress. So what does your brain react to school? It's fight or flight. What's fight? Can anybody type that in the chat for me? What's fight when it comes to school stress? Yeah. Okay. What's flight? Yeah, procrastinate's the biggest one. What else? Ignore, right? Do something else because that school causes stress. So I want to do something fun. So I'll go play video games or hang out with my friends, right? Does everybody see that? It's delay, ignore, procrastinate. Yeah. Everything in life that causes you stress, your brain either fights or flees. All right. Okay. You have boyfriend or girlfriend stress. What does your brain do? F or F again. Yeah. So what's fight if you have boyfriend or girlfriend stress? Yeah. Or if you can't work it out, you break it off, huh? Does everybody see that? You do the hard one. Yeah, you break it off. What's flight? You have boyfriend, girlfriend stress. What's flight? Ignore, procrastinate, pretend it's not happening. Yeah, does everybody see that? Which just extends the misery. Does everybody see that? Everything in life is that simple. You feel stress, your brain says run, hide, delay, forget, ignore, like ostrich, the world blowing up, you just stick your head in a hole in the dirt, right? Or you fight. You fight. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Are you a fighter or a fleer? It's because life is that simple. When you feel stressed, do you fight or do you run, hide, delay, procrastinate, ignore? So I'm just going to ask you, are you a fighter or a fleer? Yeah. And you know what? What's the smart answer? Both. Because what happens if you fight over everything? You'll be stressed out and die, right? So I would say pick your battles. Know when it's worth fighting. Does that make sense? So you should be both. But don't be a fleer, like a carpet that gets walked all over all the time. Does everybody see that? You will never go anywhere in life if you flee from everything that's stressful, right? Because think about this class. I have maybe like 10% of the class drops or withdraws. Guess why? I want to say about 10% of all students in all classes drop or withdraw. So they start off strong, but then they never finish. Why? Because they felt stress from the class, and instead of fighting, finishing the class, they dropped or withdraw, which is totally flee, right? So when you meet a challenge in life, are you going to fight or are you going to run? And I just think that you should really think about that as a general perception of who you are, right? But then individually, you have to decide whether I want to fight over this one or if it's worth fighting over or not, right? But just make sure you're not always doing by default, run, escape, flee, right? Does anybody here know someone who's a fleer too? Someone who just when they have problems, they run away. They never deal with the problems. They never confront the problems. They ignore, delay, run away, right? I know people like that because I'm like, I can help you. But every time you try and help them, they run away or they don't show up or they make themselves, they ghost you, right? Yeah. And I just was like, man, you're never going to help yourself if you can't confront the fact that you're fleeing from your stress, right? You're fleeing from your stress. So that's why you want to, guess who I want to marry? Guess who I want to have friends that are like? I really do this. I look for fighters. I look for the fighters. I look for people who, when they feel stress, they react and try to like defeat that stress. They don't just lie down. Does everybody see that? I just notice in life, I really, 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 really think the fleers don't help themselves in life. They're just like sabotaging themselves in the game of life. All right. So the fighters, they're giving themselves a chance. And that's the way I kind of look at it. So when you feel stress, are you a fighter or a coward? And just be honest with yourself and see if doing the other one, being more of a fighter, picking your battles though, will get you where you want in life, right? Because you got to overcome that stress and that anxiety, right? Remember again, you miss every shot you never take, right? So if you're fleeing, you're not taking the shot. Does that make sense? Right? You miss every shot you never take. So if you're fleeing, you never even take the shot, right? Okay. 2.7, why are you so nervous? Well, generally there's only me and lots of them, right? Okay, cool. Your brain's like, that's true. But does anybody here like the Super Bowl? You know, billion people watch the Super Bowl. When the football players play in the Super Bowl, do you think they care about, do you think they think about all the people watching them play? Or do they focus on playing the game? Just focusing on just the game, right? If you want to win the Super Bowl, you better not be thinking about the billion people watching you. That's a lot of pressure. You better be focused on just playing the game, right? So what should a speaker focus on? All the people in the audience? Or do you just focus on, yeah, say the words you need to say? I'll give you another good example. What should you be doing when you're driving a car? I mean, really, ideally, there should be only one thing you do when you focus on driving a car, huh? And that's focus on the what? On the road, yeah. Focus on the road. Exactly. What do a lot of Americans do nowadays, though? They focus on their phone, a lot of other things, right? They're distracted drivers. Exactly, right? So there you go. So I'm always like, doesn't matter that there's lots of people on the road. You only need to focus on one thing. Drive your car, right? And if you're thinking about anything else, you're a distracted driver. So you're a speaker. What should you focus on? Only what you need to say. If you're focused on anything else, you're a distracted speaker. Does everybody see that? And distracted anything doesn't do as well as focused. There you go. So yeah, so that's what's, like learn how to minimize distractions, gain focus, right? I should only be, sometimes I have to tell my children, please don't bother daddy when we're driving. Ask me to do things, right? Talk to me because especially when I'm driving backwards, right? Like in reverse in the parking lot, I'm usually like, kiddos, I got to focus on the car and driving backwards. So I don't hit anything. So you got to just chill out when it's just, right? They kind of get that, like going backwards. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay. So think about, if you're nervous, what are you focusing on? Being nervous, or are you focused on what you need to do? Just like driving a car, focus on driving the car and focus on the road, nothing else, right? Okay. 2.8, public speaking is different from conversation. Yeah, public speaking is more audience centered. It involves more preparation, research, and is a platform for your public expression. But after that, it's you basically talking to some other people. So yeah, so 2.9. So let's talk about some encouraging words about stage fright. So you feel nervous when you do public speaking. I'm here to help you, 2.9. So here it is. Natural, first of all, it's natural to be anxious. So don't worry about it. Everybody else is also nervous and anxious. Basically, you're nervous about anything you're not good at or you've never done. So there you go. So gain experience. There you go. So it's natural. Number 2, you're not alone because everybody else is also nervous, right? So you're not alone. Take comfort in that everybody else, you're a human being, and every other human is experiencing the same thing. Cool. Number 3, you appear much more relaxed than you feel. So this is really, really, really important. Feel nervous? That's okay. You actually look okay, though. Does everybody understand that? People feel nervous, but look okay. You have to remember that you do look okay. You appear more relaxed than you actually feel. What happens if you tell the audience you're nervous, though? Because they didn't know. You actually you felt nervous, but you looked okay. But if you tell the audience, I'm really nervous, guess what happens? They now know. They know, and they may hold that against you. Right? Maybe not, maybe so. So I never tell people I'm nervous. It never helps. You know, it can only hurt. So I don't tell people that. If I look it, then maybe you can't control that, right? But generally, you look okay. You feel nervous, though. All right. Number 4, have something important to say. Whoops. You're less nervous if you talk about things that are very, very important to you. I'll give you a great example. I was at, my daughter and my wife went to the Women's March last February in March. And my daughter had a little sign that said, the future is female. And I got this picture during the march from my wife, and it was a picture of a little black lady. She was holding a sign that says, I am shy and I am introverted, but I am here marching because this is too important. Great sign. Does everybody see that? The meaning of that sign? She does not want to march, but it's so important to her that she's out there marching. She doesn't like the attention. She's not a person. She's shy and introverted. But she was like, this is so important for me to say that it's going to overwhelm my nervousness, right? So that's a great one. Find something you're passionate about. And you're less nervous about talking about it because you're so passionate about whatever the thing is. Does everybody see that? So, okay. And then concentrate on what is said. Just like don't be the distracted driver. Concentrate on the road. So don't be the distracted speaker. Concentrate on what you need to say. Focus on what you need to say. And that's it. Everything else is distracting. Okay, cool. More stage fright. Practice your speech. Practice makes perfect. The more practice you do, the more practice, the less nervous you are. What's the most nervous public speaking event that all Americans do? The number one, most one. Not everyone does it, but most Americans do. I've mentioned it in class, I think, on Monday. What's the most important public speaking event you will probably do in your life? They're wedding vows. And they're very public, right? That's the whole idea. They have to be public. Because if you don't tell anybody you're married and you love each other, then what does it mean? So so the people practice that one a lot. I'm totally cool with that one. Why? Because it's so important to them. Yeah, I get that one, right? So practice makes perfect. The more you practice, less nervous to become. Visualize success. This one's really, really important. See yourself succeeding. Okay. So I see myself getting a college degree. Is that visualizing success? Kind of. What do I really need to visualize, though, to make that happen? I see myself at graduation getting my bachelor's degree. I get to wear the square hat and move the tassel, wear the little gown, right? It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. What do I actually have to visualize, though? Yeah, the process, exactly. Because that's what, does everybody see? That's the end. I'm only visualizing the end of my journey. I need to visualize the entire journey. So when I went to college, I had to take 5 classes per semester, 2 semesters a year. So that's 10 classes a year, 4 years. So I had to pass 40 classes to get my bachelor's degree. Does everybody understand that? So what did I actually visualize self? Taking 40 classes over 4-year period, passing all of them, and then graduating and getting my piece of paper, my degree. Does everybody see that? 40 classes with 40 different professors. Each class has a final exam, a bunch of assignments, speaking, or papers to write. And then I'm visualizing myself doing all of those. And that's how I see the success. You can't just skip to the end of the dream and say like, oh, I can see myself at the end. Then you're skipping all the hard work in the beginning. And then you're not seeing how you're going to do it. All right. So visualize success. See yourself going the places you want to go. See yourself meeting the people you want to meet. See yourself doing the things you want to do. Does everybody get that? Yeah. In your dreams, when you're sleeping, when you're meditating, think about all the things you want to achieve in your life and how you're really going to achieve those things. So yeah. Okay. And that's what you do. You visualize success. You visualize success. People have to see themselves doing what they want to do in order to make it happen. I'll give you another good example. How do you invent a machine that doesn't exist? You're inventing it for the first time. A lot of inventors have had this experience. They visualized it. What do I mean? And then they built it, the invention. How do inventors visualize something that doesn't exist? Anybody have an idea? Here's a big clue. They woke up and then they built the invention. Yes. Because think about, if something doesn't exist, it's really hard to visualize it, right? Because it doesn't exist. Well, what should it look like? I have no idea. Well, guess what? Inventors have woke up because they're thinking about this. Like, what should it look like? And then they actually have a dream and they wake up and they go like, I think it should look like this because your brain actually drew it for you. So the visualization inspires the creation of it, right? So think about, if you can see it, then you can make it happen. If you can never see it, you'll never make it happen. Release your tensions before you speak. All human beings, we're full of stress. And if we're full of too much stress, we snap. And then we bring a gun to school or bring a gun to work and we have something terrible happen. So you want to release your tensions before you speak. So how do you do that? It's called a coping mechanism for stress, right? And there are good ones, but there are bad ones. So what are some of the different good ones and bad ones, the way we deal with stress? Yoga, that's a good one, generally, definitely. What else? Anybody here play video games? Want to go slay kids on the internet for a couple hours to feel better? Yeah, could be one, right? Video games. Drugs could be a bad one, yeah. Alcohol addiction, beating your wife or boyfriend or girlfriend or your pet. The gym, generally a good one. Exactly, right? So all of us should know how we can deal with stress. We're all different. So what works for your friend may not work for you. So I would figure out as a young person, because life is stressful, how am I going to deal with my stress? So I need good coping mechanisms, not the bad ones, right? Like violence and drug addiction and alcohol abuse. I need positive ways I deal with my stress. And the sooner I learn how to do that, the better my life will be. So like, if you don't know, I'm asking you right now, like, what's your coping mechanism when you feel stressed out? And if you don't know, you need to answer that as soon as possible, because your life can get going once you figure that out, because there's always stress going on in life. Then we need to be able to deal with it. Otherwise, it slowly builds up on us and then causes the fight or flight mechanism. So release your tensions before you speak, right? Figure out, what do I do to manage my stress in my life? And if I'm not doing that all the time, then I'm thinking about how your life is going to be more challenging as a result, right? So there you go. So yeah, pray. You find some hobbies. Exercise is a great one too. Listen to music. What kind of music, by the way? Because research shows that if you listen to like sad and depressing music, you get more sad and depressed. So generally they say upbeat music is what you want to be listening to help release tensions and stress, right? Upbeat music, not like the super sad lyrics of something. Anybody else want to throw another coping mechanism out there? Anybody here like to drive? Get super stressed out, get in your car, go on a long drive. You're not even trying to go anywhere, right? And you think a lot. And yeah, those are some good ones. Cooking is a good one. It's a really good one because it's productive, right? And a drawing, I think, is really good. You want to Google something messed up, Lynette? Google like depressed kids and their drawings, or Google the separated kids, the kids we separated at the border from their parents. Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you. This is messed up if you haven't seen it. It's just so worth seeing. So just let me go to Google real quick, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh, that's Zoom. Sorry. Here, I got to go to full scale. Okay. So I'm going to go to sorry, what is it? Separated migrants, kids, drawings. And here's images, and here they are. This is really messed up. So, but you want to see how kids are affected, you can see really quickly. So this is, remember when Trump started separating kids at the border from their parents, and the psychologist asked them to draw pictures, and this is what the kids all drew. Does everybody see that? Everybody's in a prison or a cage. See, the kids they're the guards with the hats, right? Can I confirm? Can you all type in the chat that you can, that my share screen is working, right? And then here's another one. See, the kids are sleeping on the floor with blankets, and they're in a cage, right? And here are the guards. Seen that one. Here's the prison again, the cage. And this is it. They just ask young migrant children, like, like draw something. This is, here's a pen, paper, and the psychologist gathered them up, and all of them have the prison bars in there. And they think about, they say that basically it's messing up the kids by doing that. The long-term effect of putting them behind a prison bar and that they draw that right, it is not good. Anyhow, do y'all understand why Trump did that though? There's a method to his madness. I'm not saying it's good though, but do y'all understand like why he did that? He wants migrant families not to come to America. He's basically warning you, come here, and I will separate you from your children forever, and this is what's going to happen here. So don't come here, don't walk here. And that's the gist of it. So that's why they did the policy. And Biden's going to end, obviously they're going to end it immediately. So, okay. Experience reduces anxiety. The more experience you have at anything, the less nervous you are. Does anybody remember their first kiss? Like, I was super nervous. I was like, do I bite her? Do I lick her? Is it, like, do I grab her butt? Do I like, should it be short? Should it be long? And then you kiss somebody and it's super easy and super not nervous. And it's like the easiest thing ever, right? So the more you do it, the less nervous you become. So the more public speaking you do, just generally, the less nervous you get over time. And then finally, experiences, the audience is on your side. So in this class, we're here to support you. We will never judge you. We are going to, if you fall down, we will give you a hand up. We are going to encourage you. We're going to mentor you. So don't be scared. Now, what happens if you do public speaking in the real world? Does the audience judge you? Yeah. They may even heckle you. Heckle and humiliate you. Right? Because they don't like your argument, your politics, your religion. And so where should you do all of your public speaking? Here, because we're supportive. The audience is on your side. If you try learning in the real world, you're going to find that the audience is always against. Sometimes they're against you, and that's just a much tougher environment to learn. So 2.10. Will I ever get rid of these butterflies? No, but I get them to fly in formation now. Does everybody get that? You'll never get rid of your anxiety, but you learn how to handle your anxiety, right? When I go skiing and I jump off cliffs, I'm always a little bit afraid. That never goes away, but I've learned how to handle my fear, right? So the butterflies don't go away, but I get them to fly in formation now. I've synchronized and controlled them but I don't, the butterflies are always there, right? Does everybody get that? So 2.11, adventure and growth, not safety. Remember, if you want to go forward in life without risk, there is no reward. So be a little more risk embracing. Seek adventure and growth, not safety. So remember, you miss every shot you never take. Risk versus reward. And then try something new food, new friend, new type of music. Go to a new type of concert. See if you like it or not, right? There you go. Can anybody here type in the chat anything that you want to try that's new that you've been thinking about? You know, I'm going to try lychee my boba for the first time. I'm going to try this dish at my favorite restaurant instead of always ordering the pad thai. So my wife, we love Thai food, but every time we go, she literally gets pad thai like 1,000 times in a row. And I'm like, you know, there's a lot of good food at the restaurant. You should try something else. She's like, nah, I'm cool with the pad thai. Right? I'm always, no, try something new. Right? Yeah, new coffee drink. I like that. How about snowboarding? Jessica, cool. You know, your butt gets cold, but once you learn the learning curve, it's super fun. Powerlifting, really good. Also for weight training for women. You know, one reason women don't weight train is they're afraid of getting muscly and bulky. But if you power lift a certain way, you can just get muscle tone, right? And none of that's one thing I know a lot of women, they don't realize that you can power lift and muscle and weight lift without getting big, right? Lynette, those are all both really challenging too, right? And surfing because you can drown. And they're sharks sometimes. So yeah, those are all really, really, really good. Those are good examples. How about just a different type of music too, right? Or taking a different class. It could be trying riding a motorcycle for the first time, right? Just taking the bus if you haven't taken the bus somewhere, or the train, and those are all examples. So I want to talk about success 2.12 in an online public speaking class like this one. So first of all, prepare and get ready. So there are no surprises. You only have 3 weeks for this one too. So just surprises are bad. It means you can't plan for them, right? So, and probably that means there was procrastination. Again, fight or flight reaction to the stress. So try to fight by preparing, get ready. Number 2, make a personal commitment to success. Don't just want something. Put it out there that I am committed to making this happen, right? I'm committed. Like when you're committed to a person in a marriage, you wear a ring, right? And you do things. You file your income taxes together, and you sleep together, and you do it right. And think about like the commitment is much more than just wanting something. So I'm trying to make a personal commitment. And by the way, what for me, a commitment equals I tell everyone about it. Does everybody see why that makes it a really strong commitment? Because if you promise yourself to do something and you break it, you're kind of like, right? No big deal. But if you break a promise to a bunch of people, I think most of us have a hard time with that, huh? And so we fight to keep that promise. So that's why, for me, commitment is I try and tell everybody about my commitment, and then they help me stick to it. They remind me of it. They also, just give me some oomph behind the commitment. So number 3, manage your time effectively. Yeah, time management is a huge skill. I find it to be the number 1 skill to succeed in life, because in a lot of ways, it's your most precious resource that you have. When you're young, it's hard to understand that. When you're old, because you see the end of it, you're like, oh my God. Next, participate in class on Canvas and in meetings. A lot of you are doing a great job with typing in the chat, right? So, and then, in the responding in the class to people's introductions or to the current events. And then finally, find outside classroom speaking activities. There's something called Toastmasters. I would encourage you to join. You get to practice your public speaking. But guess what the number 1 benefit of Toastmasters is? You have a bunch of people who are all working on public speaking. But what's the number 1 benefit of Toastmasters? Remember, we're doing Toastmasters like Silicon Valley. What's the number 1 benefit of joining Toastmasters and doing public speaking with them? It's not actually public speaking at all. Yeah, Nicholas, it's the networking. Because guess who's trying to learn public speaking in the Bay Area in Silicon Valley? it's all like the tech engineers who suck. Their social skills suck, right? They're really good at coding and talking to a computer, but they suck at talking to other human beings. And oh my God, do I know so many of them. Like I had no idea how awkward a lot of tech bros are. They're really socially, they're basically used to dealing with machines, not people. So yeah, so you're gonna meet unbelievably cool people in Silicon Valley. Like, where could you go to meet a couple guys or women from Google, Apple, LinkedIn, Facebook, and then like the other 10 other random tech companies here in the Bay Area? Guess where you can meet all of them in one place? Toastmasters. Yeah. Yeah. So just Google it. See if you're interested in. The one that I was attending met at 7 a.m. They had to do it before they all went to work, like Mondays, like every Monday, like every 3 weeks or something like that. So I had a super hard time getting up at 7 a.m. like being there at 7 a.m. But anyhow, but they were really cool with me because I told them I teach public speaking classes, so they were super psyched about that. All right, so and then there's other places. Anybody going to a wedding or rehearsal dinner? Or like even a public forum, like a town hall. Yeah, go to all those and volunteer to speak. Right, volunteer. Yeah. Rehearsal dinner is the dinner right before the wedding where the wedding party practices the wedding and then they eat, and it's usually paid for by the groom's father. And so it's pretty fancy and formal. And I have one of my friends, he is rehearsal dinner. I was there and but I wasn't in the actual wedding, but I was there for the rehearsal dinner. And the dad asked, like he, spoke, and then he asked if anybody else wanted to say something. So I raised my hand and spoke, and a bunch of people were like, "Great job, that was super cool!" Like I wouldn't have said anything, right? But they really and then the dad was super psyched too. He's like, "Thanks a lot for talking," because he doesn't want to go up there and ask for if anybody wants to say something, and then have nobody say anything, volunteer, right? So having me go up, and then by the way, what happened when I went first? I broke the ice. Other people spoke then too. Anybody ever been to a dance and see all the people like hanging out, not dancing? And then as soon as one couple or one person goes on the dance floor, then it breaks the ice and then everyone follows, right? It's very, very human reaction dimension. It's very, very common that everyone else waits for somebody else to kind of take the lead. It's very, very common. So I would just say, hey, I feel stressed, but I'm not going to flee. I'm going to fight and I'll go dance first. That's totally me, by the way. I like to dance. I have a lot of people who go like, wow, you're a crazy dancer on the dance floor. But does anybody remember in the earlier lecture, what did I say? What did I do in high school? I was totally a wannabe b-boy. If you don't know, that's breakdancing boy. Yeah, so like doing the worm and the wave and moonwalking, right? All that stuff was super, super hip and cool. And that's what I was always into. So yeah. And you know what? I'm going to give you more dating advice. Good dancers meet a lot of women. So that's what I would tell you. You're not that good at talking to girls, but if you can learn how to dance, because you can practice like YouTube videos, like how to do the Dougie at home by yourself, then you can go out there and then the women will come to you because you're a good dancer, as opposed to you going to meet them. I swear to God, it's true. Me and my brother, we used to do a lot of swing dancing in the 1990s. Chicago, Miami, and you just go on the dance floor and people see that you know how to swing dance and you're good at it. And they totally walk up to you and ask. I've never had women ask me out, except for on the dance floor. Can I dance with you? Only time in my life, right? Like every other time, you have to do most of the, except for Sadie Hawkins. I heard you don't do that anymore. Does anybody know what that is, Sadie Hawkins? I spelled it wrong. Sadie. Anybody know what Sadie Hawkins is? Yeah, it's the dance where the girls have to ask the guys out. Yeah. So anyhow, that was a really big tradition back in the day for us. So I went to Bellarmine, which is an all boys school. So we had to do a presentation, the fellow all girls Catholic school, and then so it was a bigger deal. All right. Chapter 3. I'm going to wrap it up here. So number 3, 3.1. Let's keep it simple. 3.2, public speaking in front of an audience. There are 3 purposes of public speaking. So every time you do public speaking, there are three purposes. Number one, it's to inform, give information, teach people. Number two, it's to persuade, do this, do that, think this, say that. Or number three, it's to entertain. Okay, cool. So why do we have an informative speech? Because it's one of the three purposes of public speaking. Why do we have a persuasive speech? Because it's one of the main purposes of public speaking. So the question I have for you is, why not an entertainment speech? Anybody know? Why don't we do an entertainment speech? It's one of the three purposes of public speaking. It's really hard for some people. That's why, right? It's hard for people who don't speak English native. It's hard for people ESL. It's hard for people who are multicultural because culture doesn't, jokes don't translate from language to language very well. And so that's why we don't do it. Guess what Toastmasters will make you do eventually? They're higher level speakers are more entertaining based. Yeah. So there you go, right? But the idea is you're pretty good at public speaking, then we'll throw some entertainment speeches at you. But if you're learning, the basics are inform, persuade, entertain. So there you go. All right, cool. 3 principles of public speaking, 3.3. So number 1 is put the audience first. So if you're nervous, who are you putting first? So put the audience first. Does everybody see that? Focus on them. Say the words you need to say to your audience. That's what you should always put first. Okay? So it takes the focus off yourself, puts it on the audience. Without an audience, there is no speech, right? So you got to take care of your audience at all times. So put the audience first. When you choose a topic, who should you put first? Because you get to choose your topics, right? For story time, informative speech, and persuasive speech. But who should you put first when you're choosing a topic? Yeah. You can read the chat there, right? When you're choosing a topic, put the audience first, not yourself. I love, like Camaros. So I'm going to talk about Camaros. Well, ask yourself, does the audience want to hear about Camaros? Maybe, right? But just got to look at that question, right? Put the audience first, not yourself. Number 2, deep speaks to deep. So let's avoid the trivial, right? Trivial is it's not that important, right? Get emotional. Emotions are deep. And then share personal stories like my sister dying and my guardian angel story with you, right? You kind of see how that, hopefully that connected with you from professor to student. And that also you said that, that professor's deep. He's like an onion. You peel some layers. There's a lot of layers there. It's not just like some two-dimensional, super generalistic figure, typical teacher. And then also include lots of feelings in your speech, right? Earlier on, I talked about the rape culture, right? You know what the feeling is that I get from that? Anger, right? That's what I feel. That's the feeling I have when we talk about that. I feel anger. I want to castrate people. That's like almost hatred, huh? Now I'm on the dark side. Anger and hatred lead to the dark side. If I could do my Yoda impression there. And then number 3, leave your audience wanting more. Anybody watching a show right now that at the end of it you were like, what happens? I want more. If there's anything that just really, really comes to mind recently where you're watching a show or a movie and you're like, I can't wait till the sequel, or just so okay, well, I'll tell you. So Mandalorian. Totally curious what's going to happen in season 3. What's going to happen to Grogu? What's going to happen to Bo-Katan? What's going to happen to Ahsoka Tano? What's going to happen to Luke Skywalker? What happens to Boba Fett? I actually know that answer. What's happening to Boba Fett? I'm going to be a spoiler. Sorry. What happens to Boba Fett? Yeah, he's got his own show, The Book of Boba Fett. Yep. So yeah, next year you'll see the first of 56 Disney spinoffs. 56 in the MCU and the Star Wars universe. Yeah, it'll be the Boba Fett show. So, and then there also, does anybody else know what's coming out Disney Plus next year? It's called Kenobi, and it's about Obi-Wan after he escapes with the baby twins and hides out in Tatooine. The one thing that's cool about this is it is Alec Guinness who's playing Kenobi. He was the one in the terrible Star Wars movies who plays a young Ben Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi. So the story here is real quickly is, so he was filming the show and he signed a non-disclosure agreement that he could not tell anybody that he was doing this project, right? And he said that it was for like 2 years. And during the 2 years, everybody asked him, "You're ever going to be Ben Kenobi again in the Star Wars movies or a Star Wars show?" And he'd always say, "I don't know," and lie to them. He had to lie to his wife and his own kids. He could not tell them. So he said that when Disney Plus finally announced it, he was so relieved because he didn't have to keep it a secret anymore, because he had lied to so many people over the last 2 years. Or everybody asked him, "Are you ever going to be, Kenobi again?" He's like, "I don't know." But he was actually getting ready to film the standalone show for Disney Plus. So there you go. I have to move my 4 speaking methods. So the first one is manuscript. This manuscript is where you write your whole speech out. We do not do this. Do not write manuscripts. I want you to be spontaneous and follow your outline and then fill in the blanks. So do not write your whole speech out, because it leads to you reading it, not speaking it. Number 2, memorization. Guess what we don't do either? Because if you want to memorize your whole speech, you must first write the whole speech, and we do not write manuscripts. So we also do not memorize. Can you memorize a little part of your speech here and there? Yeah. Do you need to memorize the whole thing? Nope. Third method is impromptu. It means spontaneous. All of you who typed in the chat today was spontaneous, was impromptu, right? I asked some question. You had no idea what I was going to ask. You're just responding. Okay. So that means spontaneous. We do that one all the time, 99% of the time. The fourth method is extemporaneous. It means practice and preparation, but no memorization, right? So we have time to practice, prepare, but we don't memorize. Which speeches are extemporaneous? Which assigned speeches are extemporaneous? We have 5 speeches this semester. Which one is practiced and prepared? Okay. That is correct, Shifumi. Informative speech is extemporaneous. There's one more. The last speech, persuasive speech, exactly. Intro speech can be spontaneous. Just kind of make it up as you fill in the outline. Story time can be pretty spontaneous. And then impromptu speech is obviously impromptu and spontaneous. So there you go. All right. When you're practicing and preparing for your extemporaneous speeches, what do? You make a slideshow with facts, visual aids, and style. Right? Examples will be provided. I'll link them in the discussions pretty soon. And then practice delivering the speech with the PowerPoint presentation or Google slideshow at least 5 times. What I notice is that people, how do I know you haven't practiced your speech with your slideshow yet? How do I know that? Because people will click through their slideshow and get lost and be confused, right? I'm like, duh, you've never looked at it before, right? Does that make sense? You can tell, or they'll say a word in their slideshow that they can't pronounce. They're like, gynecology. And I'm like, well, if you had looked at that before, you'd realize I don't know how to say that word. So I should either take it out or learn how to pronounce it, right? So if you get caught not knowing how to pronounce a word, it tells me it's because you've never looked at it, even though you made your slideshow yourself, right? So practice with the slideshow. Right. And you'll notice that in my Zoom recordings, you have the bubble of my face, me talking, and then you can see the entire slideshow, right? So that way you get both going at the same time. 3.5. Your speech organization. So see Canvas files for all the sample outlines. There's an introduction, impromptu speech outline, story time outline, informative speech outline, and persuasive speech outline, right? So download all of those and then copy them and just fill in the blanks with your material and your speech topic and your name. So don't forget, we need to look at the introduction, Roman number 1 of the outline. So make sure it's about 10% of your speaking time. So introductions shouldn't be really, really short. Sometimes I see students do them in like 20 seconds. I'm like, that is not like, you know, if your speech is 8 minutes long, your introduction should be like, you know, almost a minute, not quite a minute, right? Does everybody see that? So in your introduction, make sure you state your name, your thesis, that's your purpose and your topic. Remember, it's to inform, to entertain, or persuade about blank, and then preview your 3 main points in your main body. And then have some kind of attention getter or grabber. So ask questions. Survey question is like, how many of us have been at In-N-Out Hamburger recently? Did anybody read, by the way, they opened 2 In-N-Outs in Colorado recently, just recently. Guess how long the lines were? Because you can't go inside because of COVID. Guess how long the drive-throughs lines were? 10 to 12 hours every day. 10 to 12 hour long drive-through waits for the In-N-Out hamburger. Well, In-N-Out's pretty damn big and Colorado's never had them. So yeah, that's whack though. I'm like, no way. No way am I doing that sitting in my car. Okay, so In-N-Out's a good informative speech topic, by the way, and maybe persuasive speech topic, why you should eat In-N-Out or why you should not eat In-N-Out hamburgers. And then rhetorical questions don't have answers, right? So that'd be where like you don't care what the answer is. It's more like make some kind of argumentative thing. Like how many of us think like, you know, like bullying is good? I know what the answer is. It's no, right? So number 2, share an anecdote. Anecdotes are personal stories. Yeah, so, you know, I've told you a lot of anecdotes during today's lecture, for example, right? So they make pretty good attention grabbers. Then third, startling statements or statistics. Startling statement might be like, you know, I'm gay. Or a startling statistic might be, how many people die a year on average from vending machines? So that's my startling statistic. Anybody know they're going to guess the answer? What happens is usually it breaks and steals your money or doesn't give you your snack and you start shaking it and it falls on you. And it's really heavy. Anybody want to guess how many people die a year on average from vending machines? And that's an example of how you use a statistic in a speech as a startling statistic. So I'm not going to tell you the answer. You might see that again on the exam though. Let's also use jokes. You know, remember, humor is always good. So Google jokes. There are a lot of jokes are on the internet now, so that's really, really good too as well. Quotations are also good by topic or by author. You know, Sun Tzu, The Art of War. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Keep your friends closer, but your enemies even closer. I said that wrong. I like George Patton. The job of a soldier is not to die for his country, it's to make the other bastard die for his. You know, I like Admiral Nelson. We have not yet begun to fight. You know, there's some famous movie quotes. Oh, I like the one from The Mandalorian. What is it? This, mostly from season 1. Nobody knows? Famous quote from The Mandalorian that I really like. This, yeah, this is the way. Thanks, Josh. Right, I think it's a really good one because sometimes the kids ask us the questions, and as parents, me and my wife would look at each other. We just go, "This is the way." Yeah, right. Because no arguments. You know, don't get to ask why. Just, this is the way. So, all is fair in love and war. I think that's true, by the way. Do you know how many people I know who stole their spouse from another happily married family? Now they're happily married, but they broke another family along the way. I'm always like, yeah, it's super true. All is fair in love and war. There are no rules in love. There are no rules at all. So fight 30, right? That's why I say nice guys finish last. Videos, but not too long, right? It's about 90 seconds maximum. And then maybe some hypothetical situation. Hypotheticals are imaginary what ifs. You know, what would you do? What was the first thing you would do if you won the lottery? Anybody have an answer for that, by the way? I do. I would go into hiding pretty much. You can buy a house a little bit later. You're going to be surprised about all the negative stuff that happens to you as soon as you win the lottery. The biggest one is everybody you know and every charity in America will ask you for money. So, yeah, I would say go into hiding actually for a little while. So people kind of forget about that you won, and then you can kind of go start doing yourself. What would I buy out? Here's the next question. Lump sum. When you win the lottery, they don't actually give you all the money you win. You can take a lump sum that's like 60%, or get the total payments. Usually it's like over 30 years. Like, so every year, if you won $30 million, every year you get $1 million. Should you take the lump sum or the total payments? You've just won the lottery. What should you do? Because you're going to have two options. Take 60% all the cash now, or get paid 1 million over 30 years. 60% of 30 million would be $21 million. So 21 million now, or 30 million over 30 years. Yeah, always take the lump sum. The reason is, even though it's a lot less money today is always worth more than future money by a lot. So that's just the economics, inflation, spending power, things of that nature. So yeah. In 1972, my dad bought a house for like $50,000. And today it's worth, I don't know, like 3.5. Does everybody see that? $50,000 in 1972 is way more than $3.5 million today, right? So just, yeah, take the lump sum. Okay. Then we have the main body, 3.6. Oh, here's another one, hypothetical situation. What if, could you be a cannibal? Eat another human being if you had to. I think that's an interesting one to ponder. My answer is yes. I could eat another human being. You know why? Because hunger causes madness. Once you're hungry, you're no longer a human being, basically. So, all right. In the main body, we want to have three main points in a logical order. It could be chronological, that's in time order, like past, present, future. We have topical, which is, three related topics. Like I might do a speech about going to college. Number one, where you should live. Number two, paying for it and financial aid. And number three, what you do with your degree afterwards. Or I could have advantage, disadvantage. That gives you two of your three main points, or problem solution, which also gives you two of the three main points. So for main point selection, always consider your purpose. Am I trying to inform, persuade, or entertain? For example, my topic's going to be about pizza. So think about like, well, I'm informing you about pizza. I'm not persuading you to eat it or persuading you not to eat it. I actually personally think pizza's terrible. Does anybody here agree with me? Anybody agree with me? Yes? It's full of carbs, full of a lot of lactose, dairy products. It often has very few vegetables on it. It's basically a heart attack waiting to happen, if you didn't know. So try not to eat it, honestly. Or if I do, I don't have, oftentimes it's all vegetables, no tomato sauce, and no cheese, or very light cheese, and a lot of veggies. Yeah, so anyhow, if you didn't know, guess why I eat tons of it though? I hate pizza, but I'm always freaking around it. Because why? Because freaking kids eat pizza all the time. Yeah. So as soon as they move out of the house, freaking no more pizza for the rest of my life. I kid you not. It does taste good at times, but it's just, if you really, really know, it's not good for you. So, did you know that it's the number one? Well, there's a lot of things that cause obesity, but the CDC, this is, Center for Disease Control, they identified as the number one cause of obesity in America is Americans eat too much pizza, because Americans eat it all the time. Guess which restaurant is most common in America? Yeah, guess what? The answer is obvious, huh? There are more pizza places than any other restaurant in America. There are more pizza places than hamburger places, Subway sandwich places, taco places, whatever you want to say. Boba places, more than Starbucks. Yeah. All right. So my example of 3 main points would be number 1, the history of pizza. Then I would have subpoints, right? Like, where, Naples, Italy, who was it? The cream margarita story, hence the margarita pizza, and then how it's square in Italy, but now in America it's a pie, so it's circular a lot. Then I transition to point number 2. Let's talk about all the different ingredients in pizza. There's so many, right? Is anybody here who's into the pineapple on pizza debate? Right? Gordon Ramsay says nope. He's like, if you put pineapple on pizza, I will shoot you. I grew up in Hawaii, man. Pineapple pizza is the bomb, right? But like, oh my God, is it controversial, right? Look, I love this, right? It's so interesting. Like, people have these firm opinions about it. So yeah, and I would talk about all the other ingredients and the crust and toppings, and then I would transition to the 3rd main point and just talk about the global pizza business. Like, how much money is spent on pizza every year? Who sells the most pizza? What is the most popular pizza? Anybody want to guess? It used to be pepperoni for a long time, but I don't know if that's still the most popular pizza in the world anymore. When I was growing up, yeah, part of me thinks it might be cheese, right? So, combo, probably. You know what's funny? My combination pizza when I was growing up as a kid, if you got combo, it always had anchovies on it. Every combination pizza in the 70s had anchovies on it. Now I notice, like, nobody even has anchovies in the pizza store. Also, nobody ever ate chicken on a pizza when I was a little kid. People would look at you like you're the weirdest person ever if you had chicken on your pizza. Now I just find chicken pizzas are super common, right? So, and then in your textbook, you can find examples of a 3 main point outline selection on page 50 and 51. So make sure your body's always made up of 3 main points, right? So like, when you're making your outline, think about what are the 3 main points that are best to do so I can cover my speech. Now let's talk about selecting your developmental material. So doing research. So first of all, have at least 1 piece of evidence for each main point. How many main points are there? 3. So minimum have 3 pieces of evidence. If you want to get an A, get like 6 to 9 pieces of evidence, right? Facts, stats, quotes, studies, whatever it might be. Get 6 to 9 of them if you want to get an A in your informative and your extemporaneous speeches and your persuasive speech. Also, provide a variety of supporting material. Don't just get all your material from one source. You want to have 6 to 9 pieces of evidence and 6 to 9 sources. Right? I'll give you a good example. If I go to court and I try to prove something, and I have one person who says it's true, do you think the jury's going to buy that? No. What happens if I have 5 to 6 people say something is true? What happens with the jury? The jury will agree. Does everybody see that? It's very persuasive to have multiple sources that say something is true versus just one source, right? So try to make sure, like, hey, I have multiple sources saying this is true. What will universal healthcare cost us? One study done by the Koch brothers, who are ultra conservatives, said $3.3 trillion a year. The Nurse Association did a study, and they say universal healthcare, everybody in America gets healthcare, will cost about 1.8 trillion to 2 trillion a year. So it's interesting, like, who's right? 2 different sources, 2 totally different answers, right? And that's why you want to, what does it really cost? So let's look at all the sources and see what they're saying, get a range of the potential costs of universal healthcare, right? Because if you just go with one source, you don't know if they're totally biased, and their number's way different from everybody else's number. And then third, distribute your supporting material evenly. So take your facts, quotes, and statistics and spread them throughout your speech. Don't put them all into one main point, right? You want to spread the data around. And finally, adapt your material to your particular audience. So you got to ask, who is your audience? So let's say my audience is a bunch of kids. my jokes are going to be what kind of jokes? Knock knock jokes, right? Like things that are never dad jokes. You know, what do you call two buddies on a boat? A friendship, right? And so what happens if I'm giving a speech to everybody I know in the audience is a college degree holder? Then I can make my language vocabulary more sophisticated, and I can take the knowledge level much higher than I could if I have an audience of a little bit of everybody, right? What happens if my audience is all ESL students? Then do I want to use a lot of complicated English vocabulary? Yeah, no, I want to keep it simple. All right. So always think about who is my audience and try and make your speech fit that audience. Does that make sense? Right. So like, cause I've done speeches to a bunch of all lawyers and doctors. Then I've done it to a bunch of kindergartners. Then I've done to a bunch of high school students. And then I've done to college students. And then sometimes I've talked to just senior citizens, like all old people. Right. And they're a really different audience than from anybody else. Does anybody want to know the magic to senior citizen audiences? Let them talk. So if I go into a meeting with like a lot of elderly people, I ask a question and I ask for volunteers, and then they all stand up and volunteer, and then they all talk. And then afterwards they're like, that was a great discussion. And I'm always like, yeah, because you guys did all the talking, not me. So then that's kind of my secret to always engaging with senior citizens. I try to do more of the listening. And I find that they always like you. Oh, I like that Peter. He's a good guy. Yeah, because I know how to kind of talk to elderly people. I try and shut up and listen a lot and be really respectful. Okay, transitions within the speech. So you want to do the number transition. So main point number 1, main point number 2, and main point number 3. And you notice that not only do I say numbers, but I gesture them. 1, 2, 3, right? Because people are looking at you through the channel of sight, not just hearing you. So when you do this, right, maybe they're picking up on the numbers better than they are actually hearing the numbers. They are also segues. Segue is spelled S-E-G-U-E. It means to move smoothly and unhesitatingly from one state, condition, situation, or element to another. So daylight segued into dusk. Susan Dworsky from dictionary.com. Write them out. Write your transitions out in the outline. So, and use terms like the word next, right? That kind of tells you that we're moving from one part to the next, or it leads, or follow me here, or that leads me to my next point, or that concludes my analysis, point number 1. So that brings me to point number 2, right? And also move around, have kinetic motion. So when you're doing a transition in the outline, there are 4 of them. Introduction to the main body point number 1 to main point number 2, point 2 to 3, sorry, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, well, I'm doing this wrong. Intro to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to conclusion, right? So 4 transitions. So what should you do during the 4 transitions? Move your feet. Does everybody see that? Literally transition your body while you're transitioning through your speech to synchronize your body language, your nonverbal communication with your words. Obviously, you want the camera on you so that I can see you moving, right? And then don't forget, you got it. Roman number 1, introduction. Roman number 2, conclusion. Roman number 3, conclusion. Sorry, Roman number 2, main body. Roman number 3, conclusion. So in the conclusion, 3.7, restate your name. Restate your thesis. I was here to inform, persuade, or entertain about X. And then review your 3 main points. I talked about number 1, number 2, and number 3, blank, 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 blank. And then last but not least, we want closure, final thought. Remember, people remember most what you say last. So make sure you close strong. Every speech I watch, about half of them don't close strong. So I'm always like, fix that. Do something to just sort of, remember, how would you know I'm closing strong? You're closing strong appropriately if I was watching your speech. At the end of your speech, what would I do immediately? What feedback do I send you to let you know you have closed your speech strong? I applaud. If you finish your speech and I'm like, oh, that means you did a terrible job because I didn't know I should be clapping right at the end. And then I do this one. I've heard this one a lot. The person speaks and then everyone applauds and then they go like, I'm not done yet. And I'm like, oh, you tricked us into thinking you were done, but you're not, which is also like a tease. Does everybody see that? So if you do your speech correctly and you close strong, you get the instant applause because that means the audience totally understood. Yeah, you're all done, wrapped up, let's go. Okay, so how do you do that? Make it appeal. Ask the audience to think about something. An appeal is to ask for help, right? End your speech with a quotation. I like those tremendously. I love quotes. Quotes are great to start your speech and end your speech. Third, create a vision for the future. Just like we were talking about visualizing success. Help people see the future. Right? There are a lot of cool ways to do that, by the way. And then call to action. So you're not asking for help, making an appeal, you're demanding something. That's the difference between a call to action and make an appeal. Like a call to action is like do or die. Appeal is like, please think about this, right? And then finally, return to your attention grabber and come full circle. So come back to your original quote or your original story or your original joke or your original hypothetical situation or your original startling situation or startling statistic. Does everybody get that? And then the audience knows you're ending the speech because we're back where we started, right? And last but not least, don't do this. Be meek. So get noticed, right? You want to close strong. Be comfortable with that attention on you. Be silent. Don't be silent. So let's be loud, like non-verbally. Let's have energy in to close our speech. And then finally, don't forget your main ideas. So let's paraphrase and talk about what your speech was about. Speaking 3.9, constructing your speech. So KISS, it means keep it simple and short. So we're talking about your outline, right? Keep your outline simple and short. If you email me your outline, it's 3 pages long, that's too much. Your outline should be 1 page to about 1.5 pages, right? Use standard symbols, just so you can always understand. It's always faster to use symbols than to type. So for example, this means leads to. I don't write leads to, like flunking school leads to homelessness. I'll just type the arrow, right? And then we got like big S is solve. This is P for problem, and then we got, I use the equal sign a lot, right? So I just use lots of symbols. I just noticed that they're faster, like little abbreviations for your outline than writing it all out. Use complete sentence structure. This is important because basically when you're using complete sentence structure, you'll speak correctly. Whereas if you write everything with no grammar and you speak it, you'll sound like you have broken grammar. And if you didn't know, what's the fastest way to get judged in a speech? The fastest way to get judged negatively. What's the quickest way to get judged? Yeah, negatively. It is because you speak poor English grammar. Yeah, it's not fair, huh? People will totally hold it against you for some reason. Yeah, right. The grammar Nazis. People think you're not educated, right, or something like that. If you have broken English and stuff like that. Although I'll give you an example. Somebody texted me the other day, "Meet me here," right? I was like, "You mean meat?" And they go, "No, meat." And I was like, "Oh my God, this person doesn't know how to spell meat." And do you see how it was hard not to kind of judge him, right? Because they're actually correcting me and saying, "No, meat is spelled M-E-A-T." I'm like, yeah. Anyhow, so it's not fair, but audiences will quickly hold it against you. Which is also, I think, why people are nervous when they're speaking in their second language of English, right? Because they're afraid they're going to say something wrong and get judged for it, right? But a good audience doesn't do that. But like your bunch of audience of simpletons, they will do that. All right. So let's just make sure we avoid that by using complete sentence structure. Also, each main point should reinforce and clarify your thesis statement, which is your purpose and your topic. Also, each main point and sub point should contain only one idea. So don't over clutter your arguments, right? I might say there are like 3 good reasons to go to college. There are like 50, but I'm just going to simplify them as one idea only, right? Number 1, you're going to make a lot more money. Number 2, you're going to meet the people you want to meet if you finish college, because it's kind of interesting who hangs out with who. And then number 3, it'll make your self-esteem. You'll be surprised how much where you graduated from college affects who you are. I'll give you a good example. I went to University of Miami. We're called the U. But like, do I have hats? Thank you, Nick. Do I have hats with the U logo on it? Yeah. Do my car license plate frame say the University of Miami on it? Yeah. Do I have a poster in my room that says, Hurricanes national championship? Yeah. Do I have a Coca-Cola bottle from 1992 because it says University of Miami champions on it? I've never opened it in my house. Yes. Do I brainwashed my children that the University of Miami is awesome? Yes. Does everybody see that? It's amazing how much influence and how much pride you have once you become an alumni, a graduate of a certain college, right? So, and that's what I'm trying to make you understand. It's huge. All right. So don't clutter that, right? Just one main point, one sub point, and there you go. Sub points should also always support main points. Limit your main points to 4, but I recommend 3. It's the Holy Trinity. Point number 1, number 2, and point number 3. But if you have to, you can go to 4. And then keep your outline simple. So add structure to your speech by helping the audience, but that's all it should be, is some structure, right? It's just your skeleton to your speech. If you write out the whole thing and all the body, the whole tissue and all the blood and the ligaments, that's too much, right? You're not making a manuscript, and you're going to read and memorize your speech and deliver it to me. All right, so last thing to wrap it up for today, and everybody else have a great weekend. Turn in your story time outline. To finish your introduction speech by today or tomorrow. Do I accept speeches late? Always, I do, yes, especially during intercession. So, but speaking notes. So use note cards. So I would just get a little note card instead of writing my whole outline on a piece of paper, right? And looking at it like this. The note card is small, easy to hold, and you can still gesture with it. It's still easy to look at, but still people can see your face. So I like note cards. Use lots of keywords and phrases. Think about your Nike. In a commercial, a Nike commercial, what do they try and say all the damn time? Right? Just do it. Yeah. So think about how I'm a public speaker. My speech is about this, and I want this. I want just like I'm Nike, and just do it, just do it, just do it, and the swoosh everywhere, right? Kind of thing. I really want to focus on this when I talk about in my speech. I'll give you a good example. I want to raise the minimum wage. One of my key words and phrases is going to be over and over and over. Every one of you will benefit from this directly, your pocketbook, right? Because all of us as young people will work minimum wage jobs. And if we raise the minimum wage, all of us benefit from that directly, money in our pockets, right? And I'm going to remind the audience about that over and over and over, because I think it's the number one selling point to raising the minimum wage, right? If I have a college student audience. Third, use delivery reminders. So I speak too fast. One of the things that I commonly do that's bad, that's a bad thing, is I speak too fast. So guess what I write on my note card? Slow down, bitch. Yeah, I'll be like, speak slower. I write that. I'll look at it and be like, oh yeah, slow down. So that's a delivery reminder, right? So I might put a happy smiley face on my note card. What does that remind me to do? Smiling, very important in public speaking. It might be really just important in life. It's really important during a job interview too. It's the number one thing that job interviewers actually look for in a job interview is how much the interviewee smiles. Because if you're confident and you're cool with who you are, you will smile. If you're nervous a lot, you won't smile very much. Anything else I write on my note cards? Whatever I want to remind myself in terms of delivery. Make good eye contact, gesture, be nice and loud, right? Oh, I'm having a cramp. I do this when I sit in this chair too long, so I'm gonna stand up for a second. And then last but not least, use your note card sparingly. Don't write a manuscript. So I had a lady who did a speech one time, and she had 96 note cards. I was like, no. You wrote your whole speech out on the note cards. No. And so I took them away, and I said, but let's do your speech the next class so you can kind of get ready to do them without your note cards. So yeah, remember, we don't use manuscripts. We don't write out our whole speech. So just use them to help you do a good speech, but not have your whole speech out there. You don't need that, right? There you go. All right, I'm done. Questions? We got 8 minutes.